Link Up, Q Exposure, Power Drive 951, Q Classic Gold Flashbacks, Sports Wrap, The Quiet Side of Q. Interact live with your show hosts and Q family listeners worldwide in real time. Make your comments, give your feedback, tell the world what's on your mind in the comments box at the bottom of the pages at Q95DA.com. You interact and connect instantly with friends and Q family members on the hottest social networks: Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Messenger, Gmail, Google+. Make your comments in the box at the bottom of each news story on the news page by clicking on the headline of the news story. Log in to Q95DA.com. You'll just love to surf every unique page on our brand new dynamic interactive Q Family website. Browse through our interesting pages in your Q Family photo gallery. Listen to live audio. Watch intriguing videos on QTV on our homepage and in our video gallery. Q95 has long gone global. Place your web banners and video ads where the world is watching and listening on the big station, Q95DA.com. Streaming crystal clear audio and video in total liquid stereo. Don't miss out. Check Q95DA.com today and every day. Check it right now. Immerse yourself in what's hot and happening at www.Q95DA.com. Lock it in. Right on Q, the big station. Q Soul to Soul Gospel. Wake up to the delightful sound of soothing, inspirational gospel music every Sunday morning on Q95, the big station. Get your gentle wake-up call every Sunday morning from 6 a.m. and stay locked until 10 a.m. for your favorite, beautiful, inspirational Sunday morning gospel music. Start your Sunday right with Soul to Soul Gospel. Call us and request a song at 767-449-3095. 3096 and 3097 or 767-616-4257 or 305-432-9624. Blessings for all in the family on Q every Sunday morning. Tune in for your Soul to Soul Gospel only on your gospel music station. Only on Q95, the big station. Lifeline on Q95, the big station. Sunday mornings, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Discover your roots, know your history, value your culture. Take your place in the big global picture. Make your point on Lifeline. Call us at 767-449-3095, 3096, and 3097 or 767-616-4257 or 305-432-9624. Lifeline, Sunday mornings, only on Q95, the big station. Right on Q. Easy Rock 95.1. More rock, less talk while you work. The latest soft rock, hit after hit. Tune into Easy Rock 95.1 for the best mid-morning show in the right here on Q95.
Listen to Q95 everywhere in Dominica on these frequencies. 95.1 FM, Roseau and Southwest. 95.7 FM, Castleboost and the East. 95.7 FM, Grand Bay and the South. 97.5 FM, Marigot and the Northeast. 105.7 FM, Portsmouth and the North. 105.7 FM, Lapland and the East. We are also on Digital Play Channel 100 and Channel 904. And Marpin 2K4 Channel 97. Our global website link is www.q95da.com. Link up our YSQ FM live audio stream online via TuneIn Radio. Like our exciting program pages on facebook.com/Q95FM Radio. Follow us on twitter.com/Q95FM Radio. Check Q95FM Radio videos and photos on Instagram. Listen to our podcasts at Q95FMradio.podbean.com and link us on YouTube at youtube.com/user/Q95FM Radio. Keep it locked to Q95, the big station.
Good evening and welcome to Sports Wrap. Welcome to Sports Wrap to listeners both in Dominica and overseas. And this is the 140th, edition number 140 of the program Sports Wrap, your favorite program on the big station. So welcome again to all our fans both here and abroad. We know you're locked in, waiting to hear your favorite program every Thursday from 6 to 8. We apologize for a slightly belated start. It's now 10 minutes past 6 and we go on to about 8 o'clock. Well, the big news to me in sports today, of the last few days, has been or is the fact that Roger Federer, the 7-time Grand Slam champion, 17-time I should say, Grand Slam champion, is through to yet another Grand Slam final, the Australian finals. First Grand Slam of the year, and not because Roger Federer has made it to a final. I think he's been to about 28 finals. That in and of itself is not a remarkable feat that Roger Federer makes the finals, but it's because of the circumstances that Federer has been out of the game for well over 6 months, plagued with injuries and lack of fitness. He had to bounce back. He's not getting younger. He's 35. I'm sure at 35 he must be having some doubts whether he could ever even progress to even as far as the quarterfinals, because it's very competitive these days to make it to even the round of 16 in a Grand Slam. So Federer coming there with all these things, more than 6 months absence, injury for quite some time, and not in the big league for that much time. He must have been a bit rusty coming in, and Federer finds himself on the cusp of another Grand Slam. And who knows what can happen on Saturday night, our time. The exact time I don't know, but sometime on Saturday night, and by night I mean sometime between 9, 10 o'clock till about 3, 4 in the morning, Saturday going on to Sunday morning. You'll have to be up in the night. I would believe the match would take place somewhere around midnight on Saturday night, or maybe a little after that. It will be about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In Melbourne would be about midnight, 1 a.m. on Sunday morning. So you have to be up in the midnight hour and monitor. But I guess that can be confirmed and verified later on exactly what time that this epic match. The point remains Federer is through to the finals, but we do not know his opponent because the other semi-final takes place tonight between his longtime rival Rafael Nadal, who has 14 Grand Slams, and there is Grigor, surname now just slips me for him, Dimitrov, I think it is. Dimitrov. He's a relatively newcomer. When I say newcomer, in terms of he's not been long-standing. It's his first time. I think if he wins, it will ever be in a Grand Slam finals, and he'll be playing Nadal tonight. So the favorites for tonight's match, most pundits feel that Nadal should win tonight, and Nadal himself is also
good form.
A big thing because Nadal was, as you know, he had some operation a year or so ago, and for some time now, maybe the last 18 months to the last 2 years, he's not been the Nadal of old. But sometime, this Australian Open, he has bounced back. He had a very tough match against Milos Raonic, the Canadian wonder boy, who seems to be struggling somewhat with injuries, and a very hard-fought match, Nadal prevailed. So Nadal has one more notch to go through to set up. That will be an epic final between Roger Federer, 17, going for his 18th Grand Slam, and Nadal going for his 15th Grand Slam. Between these two guys, it will be the 33rd Grand Slam. One of them must win the Grand Slam. But Federer is through to the finals, and we'll look at the match in more detail and look at the progress of Federer throughout the Grand Slam from his first game, and who were his opponents, whom he had to beat, what he had to go through, and how he just continued relentlessly getting better and better. And even his backhand to me has improved a lot out of hand, and much less unforced errors in his game, and he finds himself on the cusp of another Grand Slam. Can he make it? The last time he won the Grand Slam was about 4 years ago, but we'll look at that. But that to me is a big story in international sport. We have football, of course, on the local scene, and we'll find from Emmanuel Loblack, who's here with me. Let me tell you, there's no Lockhart Sebastian. He's out of state on assignment as a selector for the West Indies team, and is monitoring the matches, the Super 50, West Indies Super 50 matches. I don't think they've been brought in on any channel or anything yet. I think from February 2nd that they'll be brought on ESPN, will be telecasting the matches from February 2nd. So,
yes, Ozzy.
Let me go on. So we have Thompson Fontaine is not here, and
Go ahead.
Thompson Fontaine is not here, and so again he is away on his business. So he wants to apologize for the absence of Lockhart Sebastian and Dr. Thompson Fontaine. So cricket, we had a number of cricket matches. The test match, Bangladesh against New Zealand, the second test. New Zealand won very comfortably, and New Zealand, Bangladesh, I could say, really had a horrid series, both in all three formats of the game. And that historic match where they scored almost 600 runs in the first test match and went on to lose a record-breaking. No team in the history of test cricket, which is about 140 years now, no team has scored as many as 595 and to go on to lose the test match and lose the test match by about 8 or 7 wickets. So that was a very ignominious record for them to have. And they lost every match on tour, so a horrid tour for Bangladesh. South Africa has got a better of Sri Lanka in all their matches, and Australia whipped Pakistan 4-1 in the ODIs with the Warner scoring a brilliant 179. I think it is the second highest score by an Australian batsman in ODI cricket. So Warner, and they beat Pakistan very comfortably. They scored 369, one of the highest scores by Australia in their ODI cricket. So Pakistan, after being whitewashed 3-0 in the test matches, were beaten 4-1 in the ODIs. We'll look at the Australian team that they've picked for India. We'll look at that a little later on and see, can we expect Australia to do well in India given the conditions in the subcontinent? We look at all that. We have some news on football, of course, and we have some news on Usain Bolt. As you might have heard, the Jamaican winning Olympic team, the relay segment, really, the relay team, and the four of them, because of one of the four, and Mr. Loback will tell you a bit more about that, has failed drug tests. And so the Usain Bolt has, and his three other colleagues, or teammates, if you like, have been stripped of the relay race gold medal. So, yes, Lobi, now we can come in and tell us all about football on the local scene.
Before football, Ozzy, you were talking about, you're informing the nation about the men in the tennis, but the Williams sisters are there.
Yeah, the Williams sisters are in,
and
yes.
I'm looking forward to that, Ozzy.
All right, we'll discuss tennis in more detail.
I'm happy that Venus, just like Federer, Venus, she at least she's there in the final.
Yeah, but we'll look at that in more detail, yes. Lobi. But first of all, we'll look at football.
Well, Ozzy,
I know you love the Williams sisters.
Well, Ozzy,
and the throw, yes, it's a great feat.
Ozzy, the best player is there, Serena.
Okay, fine. So let's get what's the latest in football?
Well, Ozzy,
local football.
Well, local football is that Jubla has retained their championship. They
have retained the championship?
Yes.
Well, congrats to Jubla.
They won.
I thought they had one more match to play to decide.
No. They have won, and they have one game. Their final game is on Sunday.
So it's just purely academic.
It's academic.
They have won the championship.
They have won.
Yes.
They won on Kensborough by default.
Kensborough didn't field the team. Didn't field the team.
Well, there was a no-show, I think, or they arrived late. I don't know. I can't remember, but I think they didn't.
But the net result is no team took the field.
No team took the field.
Yes.
All right. Southeast hammered Point Michel 5-1. Exodus beat Concord and Steel Bombers of Portsmouth 1-0, and Bath State won also on default by no show of Wacky Rollers.
Right, so that's on the local scene.
Now the BPL, our Chelsea is still sailing smoothly. All right, but you know that the big game of the weekend was Manchester United versus Liverpool, and this game ended 1-1.
Right, I have.
Some scores?
I have some scores there.
You can share.
Thanks to Charles Marie, my good friend Charles Marie, to whom I'm indebted, has given me the scores. And in the BPL, Liverpool against Swansea City. Liverpool 2, Swansea City 3. Mm-hmm. The Manchester United and Liverpool match was about a week and a half ago.
1-1.
Ended 1-1. So that's not the most recent match.
That was last week.
They played Stoke City recently, and the match ended 1-1.
Oh, yeah, Stoke
City.
Yeah, Stoke.
So what you're giving here, Lobi?
Yeah, Stoke City. Yeah, Stoke City. Yeah, a few years.
Maybe about 10 days old.
Yes, Stoke City.
You know,
Stoke
City 1, Man United 1.
Yes,
then Southampton 3, Leicester 0-0. Arsenal 2, and Burnley 1. Chelsea 2, Hull City 0. So Chelsea won there over Hull City. Bournemouth 2 and Watford 2. Then we had Man City 1 and Tottenham 1. So these two teams really clashing there. They're right up in the table, as you know, Lobi. And Man City and Tottenham really slugging it out and coming back with a draw, 1-1. Then Crystal Palace 0 and Everton 1. Middlesbrough 1, West Ham United 3. West Brom 2, Sunderland 0. And Mary tells me that in the EPL Cup, Southampton defeated Liverpool
1-0.
1-0.
And Hull beats Man U to the 2-1, but Manchester City goes on a better aggregate. So the final will be between Southampton and Manchester United.
Yes, it tells me that Southampton defeated Liverpool 1-0 for second aggregate. And will face the winner of Man United
And Hull.
and Hull City.
That's today.
Yes, yes. Will face the winner
So
of
Manchester
Man United
Manchester
and
United
Hull
won.
City. So who won this match? Man U and Hull City.
Well, Hull beat them 2-1, but a better better aggregate. Manchester United going to the final.
So Man United is going to the final to the EPL,
Cup.
and they will face
Southampton.
Southampton.
Well, yes.
Right. So that's the lowdown. So do you think that Dublin, coming back on the local scene, Lobby, Dublin deserves to be the football champions?
Well, they have been very actually. Ozzy, what's amazing? They had a slow start, and they played 12 unbeaten games. All right. When the other teams were up and down, Dublin showed serious consistency.
So where does Harlem place in the overall table?
Well, I think looking at Harlem between third or fourth.
I say
third or fourth.
Yeah.
Yes,
but Bathurst State, no.
Bathurst State down, maybe fourth.
No.
We down there. That's the top 4 teams, you know.
Yeah.
All right,
but I guess Kensborough will be relegated.
Well, obviously that's it's obviously.
So after last year, when they were promoted, 1 year later they're demoted.
Reorganize the entire team. You know, I'm very
when
happy.
They heard the problems, yeah.
Well, besides the problem, also they needed the
We
team.
heard Mr. Selle talking about the problems that are plaguing the Kensborough team.
Well, I heard about serious movements to get the team reorganized. You know.
Well, let's hope
so. I'm
so.
looking forward for next
for
season.
the sake of the legacy of the great Kensborough team.
Yes, you know, so I'm hoping that we can have a better showing.
Yeah.
And show that some stability.
So what about the Northern Concrete and Steel Bombers?
Well, they showed some signs.
Because they have the great Kokushu.
I understood. I don't know. I heard that he's no more with them. I don't know how true is that.
I see.
I really don't know. Yeah. It will be very sad, you know. Also, that
very sad,
you know, that because he started showing some serious signs. He took them and he stabilized the team, you know. Yeah. So I don't know what happened, but that's what I overheard. I don't know how, you know, reliable is that news, you know.
Congratulations to Dublin if they are the winners of the championship, football championship, Premier League, and they have retained the championship, back-to-back championships.
Also in the BPL, Man City, I don't know, they have had 2 serious losses. They were whipped by Everton, and now somehow they were whipped again. All right, you have this cause there, Leicester City.
Yeah, no, I have Southampton.
No, Man City.
Man City. Yes, Man City. Let us see, Man City. I think they did not draw their last match.
No, they would.
Man United and Stoke City drawing 1-1. Man City against Tottenham, yes. Tottenham and Man City, 1-1, a draw.
Right.
Right.
They have not been doing too well, yeah. Man City, now, I mean, they say they were up number 2, number 3 now. I think they're number 4, number 5. Right. I think the coach, you know, said he never knew, you know, he realized that the league, the BPL is such a tough league. And it really is in a really toughest league.
BPL, very competitive.
Very, very, very competitive, you know.
Yes.
On any given day, any of the big names can be beaten.
Right, that's how it is, because they have no, as you call, inferior teams now, or also ran teams.
Even for example, the last year winners, the Cinderella of the last year league.
Leicester.
They're not doing too well this year.
No.
They're not doing too well this year.
Right. So, Lobby, let's have a brief look at the news that came concerning your great friend Usain Bolt.
Well, Ozzy. Actually,
part of a relay team, 4 of them, and 1 other partner was found to be violating the drugs.
Well, see what happened, Ozzy. What happened now? You find that from the Beijing Olympic Games to now, the IOC, what they have done with WADA, with the World Anti-Doping Agency,
yes,
they have doubled their efforts in catching stealers.
Yeah.
Right, they have invested huge sums of money
to weed out.
Right, to weed out, you know, yes. and I know a number of athletes are still trembling.
Right.
All right, number of are still trembling. Rather unfortunate that here you have a member of the relay team.
Very unfortunate that Bolt has to be involved in this whole
Well,
thing.
that's how it is.
As a member of the relay team.
That's how it is.
I mean, it's four of them taking part.
The individual is called Nestor Carter.
Nestor Carter, yes,
Nestor Carter.
Yes.
So it's rather unfortunate, but again, that's how it is, and the athletes have to be prepared. But the thing is that as long as you're a professional athlete, you're competing, you go on the WADA website, and they are continually upgrading the banned substances. Look at our friend, the tennis player, this
Sharapova.
Sharapova.
Yes, we don't hear much about her again.
Yeah, she'll be hoping that sometime.
Is the ban up?
Yes, I think she should have in the first tournament sometime. I think it was reduced. It was reduced.
Okay.
So why they're saying that ignorance of the law, which you've been a magistrate, is
no excuse.
All right.
Yes,
so
yes.
they are warning you. They are warning you.
Yeah.
Always go on the WADA website.
Information is there. What's
on this ban, and they are also, the work is a rigorous one, and they're out to catch the athletes.
Yeah.
All right.
What's Bolt's reaction to that?
Well, I overheard that he intended to take some legal action.
Is that right?
So that's what I overheard.
On what grounds? Does he have any grounds to stand down?
Well, obviously, what they're looking at, when that drug was taken, it was not on the ban list.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
it was not on the ban list.
So I understand it was not on the ban list,
Okay, well.
So we're just waiting to
see the outcome of it.
Yes, waiting to see,
Right.
Because the same thing Sharapova said,
Yes, he said it was yes.
Yes,
Yes.
So one has to be very careful, Ozzy.
Yeah.
Very, very careful
Yeah.
what you're taking.
I said they've increased their vigilance in trying to weed out anybody who is really contravening.
Though they are trying. Presently, Ozzy, you can make a living in the sports today, especially in track and field.
Yeah.
Gone other days, but you can make a solid living. For example, you have Bolt, for example, who is a millionaire.
Yeah.
All right, compared like other athletes.
Yeah.
So right now, people take their chances, Ozzy. A lot of athletes taking chances.
Yeah. Okay, Louis, let's look at tennis now.
Yes, Ozzy.
Tennis.
Ozzy.
As I said, you want to talk about the Williams sisters, so I'll give you all your time to talk about the Williams sisters.
Well, Ozzy, first of all, Ozzy, I'm very happy for Venus. Yeah. You spoke about Federer and Nadal. She have been plagued with injuries, but she always a great player, always a super player, Venus. And I could recall some years ago when they were in the final, and I think Venus said, look, they are both professionals players, and it's this thing about she's going to let Serena. We said no, they're professional, they're going to play, but at the end, it's the Williams sisters who have won. All right, but they're going to play. They are professional, Ozzy, and I'm very happy for Venus. And I'm telling that she's going out.
It's the first time they've been in a final for a very long time.
Long time.
Who's going out?
Venus.
Oh, Venus. Well,
Venus.
It's obvious.
Not out. She's going out to play. Sorry, she's going out to play.
Serena is bound to win.
Ozzy, bound to Ozzy. The way Venus is playing there, Ozzy.
Serena is striving for the record, open era record of Grand Slams.
I agree with you.
She has not been for the last 2 years. She's struggling. She's tied with Steffi Graf.
Yes, I know that.
And she has the opportunity now. Her opponent is her older sister, whom she said she loves her older sister as much as she loves herself. They love each other.
I know, Ozzy.
You think that will not play a part?
No, Ozzy.
No matter how professional you are, at the end of the day, it's your sister.
Even the sister.
Venus losing to Serena is no big deal.
Another point, Ozzy, they are both professional players. They are paid to do a job. And at the end, there will be a winner. All right?
Louis, I would prefer if Venus was playing some other person, Angelique Kerber or somebody else. I would feel there's more, impartiality there.
But Ozzy, to understand, as long as Venus is there, she's a professional player. She's paid to do a job.
But anyhow, I'm betting my life.
Okay, a life.
Serena must win.
All right.
Whereas it was Angelique Kerber or any other body, I would not do that.
Agreed,
but
I understand.
Venus is not going to win.
Okay, all right.
Even though she can win, she will not win. That's where I look at it, Lobby. We agree to disagree on that.
I agree with you.
Because Serena has been stumbling, searching for her 23rd to beat Graf. And she's had a lot of misfortune, I agree, but she just cannot seem to get that 23rd Grand Slam. It's now given to her on a platter.
I would say so, Ozzy. It's not a platter, Ozzy. It's not a platter.
Let's bet it doesn't even go to the third set.
All right, we'll see, Ozzy. So if it goes Ozzy to Two tiebreakers.
Tie breaks.
Two tiebreakers. It won't be a great game.
Yes, but but 2 tie breaks, they have to be 6-6, you know.
I'm telling you that, 6-6. You
No.
said, no, I'm telling you, Ozzy.
Serena is winning in a canter.
A canter. Okay.
Easily in a canter.
Okay, all right.
Not that she cannot win on her own, on her own powers. I mean, her potential, her ability, supreme ability. Yes, she can, but still, there's that element of human nature.
I don't think
My older sister, my younger sister, is struggling for a world record. I'm the older sister. I have no chance of coming close to even half of the record. What do I have to lose? Let Sister Serena win the thing.
No, sir. Venus don't think so at all. Venus don't think so at all.
All right. Venus's head. All right. Okay, I think we're going to take a break, you said? Okay, we'll take a first break. When we come back, discuss more tennis.
Are you ready for Mass 2017? Where will the beat lead you for Carnival 2017? Buyo, Kais, Okada, Soka. Register with Hysteria Mass today at 21 Hanover Street.
Have to get in because this red not missing me. It's not missing me. Good news, good news.
Come fetch with us and the Triple K International, powered by GX Songs and Lights. Hysteria Mass, your ultimate carnival experience. For Mass Dominic, you better register with them today. Sponsored by Flow.
Dominica. Yes, Dominica. Get ready for Campbell Feast. The Campbell Feast Committee with the Power Rep alongside Kubuli presents Campbell Feast 2012 from 6th to 9th April. Yes, all roads lead to Campbell. The Fed kicks off with rounders and cricket on Friday 6th from 10 a.m. There will be a panel discussion on Saturday 7th from 5 p.m. A talent night at 7 p.m. And Sunday 8th, join us for Family Fun Day from 1 p.m. alongside the Kubuli Big Truck Jam. On Monday 9th, there will be a mass at 9 a.m. An exhibition at 11:30 a.m. Football action at 3 p.m. And the best dance band ever, Fanatic Band, backed up by Ardent Sounds. Yes, Campbell Feast is on 6th to 9th April 2012. It's gonna be a mashup. See you there.
At Fresh Vitamins, we've got everything you need for health and well-being. We carry a wide range of all-natural sports nutrition and health supplements, plus gluten-free and organic foods, all from quality brands, including Solaray, Cal, Bob's Red Mill, Nature's Way, Source Naturals, and Decider Way. Fresh Vitamins has 2 convenient locations. We're at number 7, Great George Street, Roseau, and we're in Portsmouth, inside IGA Whitchurch Supermarket. Join our discount club and save up to 20% every day on your purchases. Like us on Facebook to stay informed about our products and specials. Come into Fresh Vitamins today and get healthy.
Activate any one of our combo plans today and enjoy double the data, double the talk, and double the text. Double the fun, Flow Carnival.
This is how we flow. Grab somebody and tell them hello.
Esther said to Mr. Bell, will you come to Campbell for Easter? Mr. Bell replied, why, my dear, what is happening in Campbell? Esther shouted, Mr. Bell, don't you know it's the Campbell Village Feast from Friday the 6th to 9th of April? Wow, said Mr. Bell, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, there must be lots of activities, my dear. Activities plus, stated Esther, Friday cricket, lovely cricket, Campbell Warner, Delvin Esprit cricket team, Ronda's Big Safe, Mr. Bell, Dubla Kenfield Warner, Campbell, and the men's Ronda's team from South City, Granby. On Saturday, big panel discussion from 5, Kuma Crime and Drugs Destabilize the Family Father Coffee, Pastor Felix, Police and Drug Department. And from Sete Oswe is a massive talent show, dancing, singing, acting, and more. On Sundays, the Campbell Village Feast Family Fun Day, Horione, Dominoes, Bingo, Racing, Games, even for Granny and Grandpa, and the big hula hoop competition with George Father Coffee. Messi Monday, the Lady Pack Lames exhibition, dignitaries killer, football, waters, goat chatu and fish for barbecue chicks, steam and fried fish avec autant d'autres. So what are you saying, Mr. Bell? Are you coming to Campbell for the Easter weekend? Oh, I have no choice, my dear. Campbell is the place for me.
Rudolph Thomas Enterprise in Portsmouth, your suppliers of building materials and hardware products. over 20 years experience in the business. Rudolph Thomas has lumber and plywood, Portland and tile cement, steel rods, galvanized and fenced pipe. And Rudolph Thomas can meet all your wire needs. Galvanized roofing sheets, doors, windows, toilet sets, face basins and bidets. PVC piping, fittings and lattice. Check out Rudolph Thomas for ceramic and vinyl floor and wall tiles, nails, nuts and bolts, paint and painting supplies. And check out their line of electrical and hand tools. And Rudolph Thomas is your one-stop shop for hard-to-find items like fiberglass mat and fiberglass resin and welding rods. Go now to Rudolph Thomas on 1240 Bay Street in Portsmouth.
Crystal Waters Blue Skies, a platform for creative discussion. Live on Cube.
Yes, welcome back to Sports Wrap. It's now 6:38, and we're going to continue our discussion on the Grand Slam, the first Grand Slam for the year. Of course, the second Grand Slam is in the French Open, as you know, sometime in May. So, we were talking about the Williams sisters. They are the oldest pair to be in the finals, I think, in the history of, in the modern era. That's from 1968, I think, the Open era. So they're the oldest ever. Venus is 36, Lobby.
I know.
And Serena is 35. And they are meeting together after many years. I think about
2009.
Yeah, 2009 they last met.
Night.
So that in itself is something to look forward to. That's on Saturday, which will be Friday night our time.
Right.
Right. So if people want to watch that match, they'll have to stay up maybe all midnight.
I'll be singing up.
I believe it will be the afternoon Melbourne time.
Right.
And they're 15 hours ahead.
Right.
So you can do the maths. If the match starts at 3 p.m. Melbourne time, that'll be midnight the night before Dominica time. Like tonight, sometime tonight, is the match between Nadal and it could be from 9 o'clock.
Dimitrov.
9, it could be up to 3 o'clock. I believe if that's the only match, it'll start about 3 o'clock our time, 3 a.m.
It will be
the only match. Yes. And the big match now between Roger Federer and whoever has to play him on Saturday night will be up for the very earliest our time. I would think about midnight on Saturday night. I can't confirm the times. We just want to tell listeners that you can call us anytime you want to join in the conversation. In numbers, you know them by now, 449-3095, 449-3096, 449-3097, 616-4257 is, and the overseas number is 305-432-9624. We're going to big up our fan club in a while, and we want you to interact with us. And Roger Federer will be on the cusp of another Grand Slam final. Can he make it? And let's say he plays Nadal. His chances against Grigor Dimitrov will be greater against him than Nadal. But I have a feeling that in the hard court scene, it's not clear they're playing. I believe Federer has the momentum, the impetus. And having gone through 2 5-setters, let's look at who he beat along the way, just for the record. Federer played 2 early matches, round 1, round 2. I think he breezed through that. Then he met Burdick, and he beat Burdick. Burdick is no slouch, he's a top 10 player. He beat Burdick. Then he beat Kei Nishikori, the Japanese, in a 5-setter epic. That was something else.
You saw the game?
Yes. I saw the game, man. That was a beautiful game, and Federer already played very well.
Injury, Nishikori, he's
always prone to some injury as well. And then he played the guy who beat Novak. And his name, I think, is Micho Zvenev, Svenev. He played, he's a lefty. He's an unorthodox player, a difficult player. And Federer had the better of him. And he just breezed through this guy. And then he faced Stan Wawrinka, his compatriot. Both of them come from Switzerland.
That's a great game, though.
Stan Wawrinka is about number 3, number 4 ranked now. over the last 2-3 years, since he's won 3 Grand Slams,
Right.
the French Open, the US Open, and Wimbledon. He really has made great strides. And he's a very difficult opponent now. He's not the same Stan Wawrinka of, say, 5 years ago. He's 31 years old now, and I believe this guy is at his peak. You saw the match today, this morning.
He's back. Listen, man, he has a. He's not.
This guy, I have some.
The deeper the game goes, or the deeper the game goes, the tournament goes, he's very dangerous.
So Federer won today's match 7-5, 6-3, 1-6. It was 6-1, and then 4-6, and the final set 6-3. And Roger had 47 winners, as against 45 by Wawrinka. Net approaches, 65 points scored at the net by Federer, and only 41 by Wawrinka.
He played very deep,
Yes, because
deep.
of the baseline most of the time, yes. But I believe this guy is a resilient player. You cannot take it for granted.
True.
Even though you have him on the ground, you have to crush him to say you. Because Federer the first set was very tight, but Federer broke him towards the end and won 7-5. Second set, Federer was in cruise control. He was 2 sets up. But the third set, this guy, Wawrinka, bounced back and beat Federer, broke him twice. 6-1. I've never seen Federer lose as many as 6-1, Lobby. So what's your impressions of Federer all told?
Well, Ozzy, first of all, both Federer and Nadal, I had to give them a lot of kudos because seeing where they came from, where they had to battle injuries,
Yes.
And looking at
Federer had a 6-7 month layoff.
Looking at Federer, first of all, Ozzy,
35 years.
Looking at Federer in terms of, I'd like to say the work that he was involved in, both he and Nadal. Because he had lost a lot of weight.
Well, Federer has lost a lot of weight, boy.
A lot of weight.
To me, this guy, I don't know whether it's my TV screen.
He looked very sharp. His backhand, he was quick.
Yeah.
All right.
Very quick-footed.
So I'm telling myself, in terms of overcoming injuries, it has not been. It has been a long road. Yeah. And when I saw him, I said to myself, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Now Nadal, he lost some weight. He was very muscle-bound before. Mm-hmm. Quads, very huge quads, He has lost this weight. He's
but
quicker.
I found the match against Milos was a bit close,
Very close.
Very close,
And I find with him now with Nadal.
Yes.
He's hitting more aces now.
Yes.
All right, he's sharper on his a bit stronger on his serve.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting that with Nadal and Federer, expecting a great game.
Everybody expecting, hoping, praying for a Nadal Federer Grand Slam Grand Finale. Maybe I'll stay up all night to watch this.
With a drink.
Saturday night.
With a drink.
Oh my goodness, man. I hope the match will be sometime about 2 in the morning after the quarterfinals.
After the quarterfinals.
You have the quarterfinals. So as you leave the savannah for the quarterfinals, you go straight to your TV and watch this grand Australian Open final between 2 champions of the modern era.
You see, any aspiring athlete, young athlete, look at these guys. Yeah. If you're monitoring, a player who was injured, you look at Federer. We were just saying that he should have,
I thought Federer probably would not have gone past the second round,
I'm telling
but
you,
even reached the round of 16.
I mean, the way he looks fit.
Yeah. Himself surprised himself. He said, the energy, he couldn't believe it.
So I cannot be. Yes. I am shocked.
Yes.
I am shocked.
Yes.
Because seeing where he was, and I said how he played. Even Nadal. I'm looking at Nadal, looks very sharp. He has, he's serving very wide. He's come. So I'm expecting, it will be
and he's a lefty again. That can be awkward. So that's going to be a big match. But you're thinking Nadal has a first bit. Dimitrov tonight.
He's not easy. Dimitrov is not easy player.
Is a very good player.
Yep.
Don't underestimate Gregor. Is it Gregor, his first name, or Grigor? Dimitrov, anyhow.
He has a good serve.
Yes. So the Australian Open has been fantastic.
Yes, Ozzy.
So once again, Steffi Graf's record of 22 will be in jeopardy.
Yes.
I think so.
Coming back on our friend Kerber, this number one.
Angelique Kerber.
What I find, what she has to do.
She lacks the power of serve.
That is it. That is what she has. You see, unlike Serena, Serena is cornered, Ozzy expect, she'll go for the
I think Serena must be the greatest female server of all time.
And the greatest player also.
I think so. Well, I don't know.
I'll give that. I'll give that.
I would say arguably.
Well, I'm giving that the greatest player.
I would say arguably.
And there are many people who will agree with me.
The people believe that Graf is. They believe Navratilova, although she only had 18, they still feel that Navratilova on any given day would have been the toughest person to face females in the women. Although she only had 18. But Steffi had 23. So, or is it 22? 22. Well, I don't know, Margaret Court has the all-time record, you know. So, a lot of good tennis in the offing. So, let's look at our fans quickly.
That's important.
And because the fans, without the fans, there's no sports rap. And I can tell you, this really, the popularity is growing exponentially. More and more people listen to sports rap and they feel almost slighted if you don't. You know, Lobby. So if you have your list, I'll give you a chance to go first.
Okay, I say hello to my wife. I hope you had a nice time at the exercise. I will say to Supoel and his wife Paula in Canada. And Paula is doing great with music. Also the Bertrand family in Kenfield, St. Phil Louis. James Electronics, T-Boy and Patricia, don't forget at Itri tomorrow. Price in St. Croix. I want to say Edison, all in Buffet State. Joged and Bala and Mickey, and also Robin, Dr. Piper, Tata and the crew at the Financial Square in Kane Avenue.
Oh yes.
JB the Juice Man in Pottersville.
Yes. Nightbox Man.
The Nightbox Man, Wilma Bellot. I want to say hello to you. Also, Pond.
Wilma Bellot.
Yes, Wilma Bellot,
okay,
you know.
Okay.
Yes, my cousin, my first cousin, you know.
Yes.
Cousin. Pond in Buffet State. I want to say hello to you and the crew in the Botanic Gardens. Fans in Collyho, Salisbury, St. Joseph, Monratchet and Portsmouth. Also in Maho. And our friends in particular was in the Rosa Market. Never forget them in the Rosa Market.
Number of vendors and people. Oh, yes.
And also hello to Patrick John, St. Hebe Shillingford, Philip Allen, Prosper, the comedian, Calypsonian. I'm waiting for
no show so far on the stage.
I understood he has a number to come out soon.
Well, we haven't seen him yet. Maybe tomorrow night at the Harlem Plaza we should see Prosper in action.
Also Irvin Augustine and Mr. Darren Simon, say hello to you. Babs Dyer, Muku, Joe Mann in Buffet State, Zai Manuel and Glenn Ducre, Cecilia Deloney, Jerry in Newtown, Mr. Roy Roy in Goodwill, John Lewis in Soufriere, and Luther Martin.
Right, okay. Let me say hi to Clem Fingal and BABA's brother Randy Charles, Kent and Joe Abraham, regular listeners, Cecilia Duran, Cecilia Matthew of the Rosa Market. You all are always listening, locked in. Elsa of VK, she doesn't miss. She, in fact, prepares for that hours before starting time on Thursday. Herminus Emmanuel, my good friend. Shombe, famous footballer. There's Elika and Clances of Salisbury. ASP Wicks. There's Cassie Cott and Taggy. Blessings, also a constant listener. And there's Happer, Edwards, and Clinton and Twine of Forkle. These guys are really rabid listeners. Dr. Emmanuel Finn out there in Washington, constant listener, ardent sports fan. Louis Robinson in the Florida Sunshine State. This guy is a constant ardent listener. Then we have Adu Bellot of Soufriere. Bolin, my friend, Bolin Peter Berkey. Dr. Justice Irvin Andre. Mr. G out there in Canada. Robert Peter. There's Elizabeth Peter. Is our good tennis fellow. Please she hasn't called about the
her
tennis.
friend Djokovic.
Djokovic is out, man. A good friend. So Elizabeth Peter, we're surprised we haven't heard from you yet. And Billy Amor, my good friend, who is a fanatical supporter of Roger Federer. I think he will worship the street he walks on.
He must be in Florida.
I think Billy must be a very happy man. Roger Federer might be on the cusp of an 18th Grand Slam, which has eluded him for so long. So Billy Amor, my good friend, hello. There is Dr. Vivian Moyes, Dr. Hendricks Paul, that great surgeon, Hendricks Paul, Bogo Roy of Florida, and Teresa and her husband Dennis Paulida of Canada, Blue of Emsall, and there's Elmond, the husband, good friend of mine, always listens. He prepares to listen from an hour before starting time. That's what you do. These are the true fans. They make sure they clear off anything, but be at home an hour before and wait for Sports Rap. Ninja, Henderson, and Rambo. Then there's Claudia and Pat Gist. Felix Leslie, my good friend from Portsmouth, the agriculturist. Charles Marie. I think I can be a bigger sports fan than Charles Marie. His mind on top of every sport, no matter what it is. I think they have to play marbles for Knox somewhere in the globe. Mary will find out about the outcome. And there's, let us see again, Dr. Dave Lloyd from Emsall, though I haven't seen him around for some time. Clotilda Doctrove, the mother of the Doctrove boys, Billy and Fitzroy, and the other one, Barry, Francois Barry. There's Thomas Louis, and Whitney Louis, the famous farmer.
Don't forget Mr.
Whitney Louis. There's a good friend there. There's Paul Joseph, the wise man from the East, and there is Julius Corbett, Bradley Joseph, and Bradley Royer, Jeff Williams, a very ardent fan as well, Tyson Johnson of the hospital, Gustav Williams, Ozzy Walsh, my good friend, and Glenn Ducray, Boyo Seaman from Massac, Shirley Mills of Layo, Michael Murphy doesn't miss at all. There's Gilbert Williams, Orange Shillingford. I hope Clem John is doing better, as though he wasn't too well.
And also, Corbett, you mentioned Corbett.
Yes. Julius. Oh yes. Julius Corbett was. He was. What they call it again? He was flown over.
Yes, flown over.
Yes. So we don't.
I think on Saturday, his brother, as Father Thomas said, he's doing very well.
He's doing well. Okay.
Yes.
So good friend Julius Corbett. Wish you all the best. Norman Shillingford. Wish you all the best as well.
Reacted himself.
Yes. Norman is back on. Franklin Laronde, Roy Tavernier, very vocal and outspoken. Roy Tavernier, British. Oriented, I would say, he's lived there for years, so he knows the power of the democracy, and he uses his powers of free speech. He will not be daunted or intimidated or cowed into submission, although he wants more action than just speech. Then we have some police friends of mine, Matthew Coffey, ASP Robertson, Laura, Sergeant Bertrand told me he listens constantly, Stevenson Ville, Dr. Well, there's Dangle Ben, and from Point Michel Dangles, Angelo Joseph and Joseph Mann of Bassett State. And there's a young lady from the hospital as well. I haven't got the name there now at the moment. And she always listens as well. She knows who she is. She's one of the ladies working in the pharmacy at the hospital. And of course, the great comedian, stroke Calypsonian, Prospect. Always distance. And Begaye, don't forget Begaye, and a host of others, but I'll stop here for now, Lobby.
Yes.
And I know all these people and thousands more are locked onto the big station. It's now 6:56. I want to throw out a little quiz.
Oh, yes.
And I want to also, since we had this segment called Where Are They Now? And it become difficult, increasingly difficult to get local sports people who have gone on and to know what they're doing now and to go back into their records. I've decided to look at international cricketers, and I have one today to look at. I'm sure you'll be very glad to hear of this particular cricketer. He's very aged now, if you want to use that term. He's no spring chicken, but he was one of the greatest batsmen. We look at him at the appropriate time. But I want to give also a bit of a trivia. There's so many questions I could give, but I have one. As you know, there are many cricketers, I was surprised to see how many, have both opened the batting and opened the bowling for the respective teams in Test cricket. What I want is name me the Australian cricketer who both opened the bowling and the batting in a test match in the year, I'm giving you the year 2013, and he became the first cricketer to do so for Australia after 85 years. Australia hadn't got anybody, and since then, one or two others have done it. But this is the question. Name me the Australian test cricketer who in 2013 opened the batting and the bowling, a very rare feat, but several people have done it, Lobby, open the bowling and open the batting. So tell me who that cricketer is, and he's done it after 85 years. Nobody had done it for Australia. So that is my quiz, which I'm throwing out now. What we'll do is take a break again in a while, unless there's some other development, and we look at cricket. But before we look at cricket, I think you have the scores of the Windward's match.
Yes, Windward played the...
Just to say, they're not carrying it on ESPN. From February 2nd.
Right.
So all between now and February 2nd, I don't know where to find the scores on these matches. But you said you found the scores that the Windwards played their first game.
Played their first game.
And won narrowly.
Narrowly.
It's 50 over the side.
There's a caller.
We have a caller? Yes, welcome to Sports Wrap, caller. Hello? Yes, the caller must have lost patience.
Yes, Windward scored 220 plus, with Ambrose getting a 50.
Ambrose got 50.
And the captain Liam 31.
Yes.
And the under 19, they scored 200.
Who got the wickets? Oh yes, he said. So they lost by what? 12 runs?
About 20 runs.
About 20
runs,
On the under 19s, yes.
19, yes. And Movin Matthew was the man of the match.
Man of the match, yes.
Four wickets,
Talking about Movin Matthew, don't you think, Lobby, that this guy had the talent to go much further in cricket at this stage? Movin Matthew.
He became disenchanted very early after the under 19. When he should have been, played for the Windward team, he was deprived.
Yeah.
And I think from there he became disenchanted, because you're always a fantastic bowler. I'm always believing Movin Matthew,
I find a very good bowler.
Very good bowler, Ozzy. What I find,
good line and length. He swings the ball.
Yes.
I've always been impressed with Movin Matthew for years. But somehow he hasn't made that final step to get on to the big league, so to speak. Do we have callers? Yes. Caller, welcome to Sports Wrap.
It's Shane Watson.
Shane Watson?
Yes.
No, not Shane Watson. Shane Watson has also done it, but the person I'm thinking of is not Shane Watson. Very good try. Okay? Thank you. But I wanted... Shane Watson did it afterwards. So he has since done it, Shane Watson. But the cricketer who did it, the first one in 85 years, who was that person for Australia? Yeah. But that person, Shane Watson, has also done it some 2 years or so later.
I remember that.
So we thank the caller for the try.
Yes, for Movin Matthew, as I find of him, I've spoken to him in terms of, presently, yes, what... Yeah, the ODI, the T20, so all is lost for him.
Yeah.
He has to get in shape. You've got to get in shape.
As a fitness trainer yourself, Lobby, do you think that Movin Matthew epitomizes the best in fitness?
No,
I don't know. You look at him.
I look at him as he's a bit overweight.
You think so?
Yeah, a bit overweight,
For a pace bowler.
Pace bowler, Ozzy. And I think he has a lot to offer still.
Yes.
A lot to offer. Look at him.
But he has a great talent,
Great talent.
I like his bowling.
Likewise myself.
I believe he's a slight underachiever. Has he got the breaks? I don't know.
I think, as I said earlier in his career, Ozzy became disenchanted. Hadn't this guy given, when he came from the under 19, given that time, because he was a better bowler than Rampal. He was the bowler. The commentators have been talking about this young man, looking forward to him on the West Indies team. Movin Matthew.
Yeah.
All right. Lo and behold, but I told him already.
But he's still very good.
He's very penetrative.
Yes.
Ball on the line, and he's a good all-rounder.
Yes.
Look what happened to us recently in the Winter Park.
Do some batting.
Oh, yes, Ozzy. I'm telling you that.
Yeah, he got his highest score. Career best.
Yes.
I think we have another caller. Welcome to Sports Wrap, caller.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi.
No black.
Good evening, brother. How are you?
I'm okay. I did not hear Mr. Artillery's comment on the game in the 2020 in between Sri Lanka and South Africa, where they bowled them out for 113.
Sri Lanka and South Africa.
Yes, in the 2020, I did not hear you talk about it.
Yes, I haven't come to that yet, but you saw the match.
I saw the match, yes.
All right. I know South Africa beat them, right?
South Africa lost the game.
South Africa lost the game?
They scored 113, a new bowler making his debut, Rex South Africa, for 113 runs all out. And Matthew, the
captain
for
of Sri Lanka,
stayed there and gave 2 sixes at the end.
What? That's a surprise.
They lost 7 wickets for them to get that little run.
That's a surprise to me.
I don't know if I can try for the craze. I don't know if it's Andrew Simon.
No, it's not Andrew Simon.
No.
That's our good friend Jammers, man.
Jammers,
Sports fan Jammers. Thank you very much, Jammers, man. I really thought Sri Lanka, they've been playing so badly, losing every game. I lost interest in foreign Sri Lanka when they lost badly. But thanks for that update on Sri Lanka, at least winning something to go back home with a victory.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jammers.
All right.
Thank you very much.
They're like Pakistan and England.
Yeah. Pakistan is yet. They won only one match.
One match.
They won the ODI series 4-1.
4-1. Just one game, you know.
Yes. But I know Sri Lanka had to play some more. I think De Villiers was called back, you know. De Villiers. I think so. But I don't know what he did. You know, De Villiers is, well, from his posturings and whatever he's saying, he appears to want to leave the test scene. But he's not going to give up the IPL.
Yeah, no
the
way.
lucrative IPL.
Yeah,
if he does give up Test cricket, I think it's a little premature because he is a fantastic batsman and fielder. I mean, when you see the Villiers get going in all formats, there's nothing like the Villiers. I think we have about 2 or 3 callers again. Hello, caller. Welcome to Sports Wrap.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Oh, tennis fan, man.
Djokovic fan.
Djokovic fan. Djokovic fan.
Out of that long time. My boy is back, Nadal. I hope.
Nadal is your boy? Oh, a Spaniard boy.
Ozzy.
Yes, ma'am.
I hope he can win Dimitrov for him to play with
That would the whole world, Elizabeth, is waiting for that matchup.
Yes.
Yes. And then my 2 girls, Venus.
So you want Nadal to beat the great Roger?
But they played how many times? Great Roger.
What?
Ozzy, how many times? Nadal and Federer have played how many times?
Yeah, head to head, I think Nadal leads.
Yes, Nadal won sometime, Federer won some. But a lot of people longing to see that match.
No, I think Nadal leads, you know, because
yes, Nadal leads, yes.
Mostly on clay. He beats Federer very much on clay, you know, on the hard courts and so on. I'm not sure of the record. I wish somebody like Charles Marie should call me and let me know what's the head-to-head record of Nadal and Federer. I'd like to know that.
And your sisters are there.
Yes,
so which sister is going to win? Which sister you back in?
Both of them, but you know Serena will win.
Serena, why do you think she must win?
She don't must win, you know, but she's younger, and then you know she has that heavy backhand and so on.
I thought
any one of them can win, you know.
I thought you were inferring that older sister will just give it on a platter to younger sister.
No. They always play as professionals.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
They said when you see them on the court, they don't know about system story. They play to win.
Okay.
So they play as professionals.
All right.
Okay,
all right.
also another thing I saw on news, the IOC, I think, stripped some Carter fellow from
Nestor Carter.
Yes.
Yes, Nestor Carter.
You said, yes.
Since 2008,
Yes.
In 2017, we all see.
Yes, that's 9 years. Yes, a long time.
Some banned substance.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Some banned substance, yes. And Usain Bolt is involved because he was one of the quartet. In the relay. So the Carter guy is the one who was culpable, who was guilty, but the whole team, 4 of them, will pay for it. So they're stripped of the gold medal.
Yes, 400 by 1.
But since 2008, you're right.
They're backdating. They're going way back, Ozzy.
Well, the anti-doping agencies, they mean business.
They're in business right now.
You can't escape, even though 10 years have passed.
How you like the game if Coco and Venus, Coco Van der Wey and Venus Williams?
Venus was on top, man. I don't think these other girls didn't give the Williams sisters a big fight.
They did them big fight. What you saying then?
I found that they won easily. No, Coco gave Venus a better fight than Serena was given. Serena beat it, what's her name, Baroni or something? Or Lucy. She didn't give Serena any fight at all.
You find that?
What was it, 6-2, 6-1, you know?
Yeah, but Coco played well. You
Coco played very well, yes.
I'm number one.
Kuba.
Yeah, Coco put out Coco.
Yes, Coco gave a reasonable fight against Venus, yes. But the other lady against Serena, it was a walkover to me.
Anyway, Ozzy, you must give them their dues. They played well. Anyway, bye-bye, Ozzy.
Okay, Elizabeth, okay. So she's now switched allegiance from Djokovic to Nadal.
I never backed Djokovic. But my boy was always... Djokovic is your boy.
Yeah, not really. No, Roger is my real boy, Roger.
I'm just joking.
Okay.
But Nadal has always been my boy, Nadal.
So, okay, thanks for your contribution. Also, anyway, Elizabeth is not calling, man. Tennis, you know. Such a wonderful game, Lobby, man. Tennis.
I love individual sports here. I love individual sports.
I too, man.
I love it a
It's
lot.
You and you alone, man, there.
Yes, whatever happens, you know.
Brings out the hero in you, man.
Yep.
You know, I like to see a man push to the limits.
I love a 5-setter, yeah.
And bounce back, man. Yes, man.
I love a
I think we have
5-setter.
another caller. Let's take the calls. Welcome to Sports Rap, caller.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Yeah, what I really called for is outside of it, but yeah, what I really called for, that meeting at Lagon tonight, are they bringing it on the air?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I would presume so, but I can't tell.
Okay. All this à présent.
Okay, man. Okay.
Everybody all right?
Yes, fine.
I find you all in a low gear tonight.
You find that?
You in low gear? No, man, not been.
What happened? Is it because the international selector not there?
Well, maybe you expected too much from us in that light.
We're still at the high gear, man. It's still the high gear.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to say yet, sir. But anyway, I'm glad to hear from you all, man. You all sound bright and brilliant.
All right, thanks, man.
Take it easy, man.
Thanks, Dangles. We always welcome your contribution, man. All right, Dangles.
Okay, thanks.
So, I don't know whether Sheila can tell us, will they be carrying the match, the meeting tonight?
Yes.
Okay, so Dangles, in case you're listening, a staffer here tells me that the station will be carrying the meeting at Lagos tonight live. So I'm being told so, don't quote me. I'm being told by a staffer here that it will be carried live from 8 o'clock, I think.
But even when Coco beat Angelique, she was shocked, you know.
But Coco seems to be somebody was off the radar for quite a while.
Yeah,
Lobby, last few years I've been not hearing about Coco.
Because when I saw her, the
She's
name.
yes, as a person, the last 3 years.
When I saw the name Coco, I said, Coco.
Who's Coco?
I'm telling myself, you know, very strange name.
See, I believe she's not a very young person.
No.
And I think she was probably off the radar for a little while and making a comeback.
Don't you find that Serena looks slim? She has lost some weight.
She lost a lot of weight too.
She lost some weight, you know.
Yeah.
And she
Serena can go on for 2-3 more years, you know.
Yeah. Because the way she playing there, you know.
Yes.
And she hasn't lost that severe.
Yeah. So we're talking about what cricket.
Cricket about
Matthew. Moving Matthew.
Yeah.
And so so the match I said ESPN will be carrying the matches from the second.
Well, that's very good. That's very good.
So they say.
Because most people are looking forward, you know.
Super 50, yeah.
Looking forward. You cannot have cricket in the region.
That's the thing.
You know.
Not being brought. So
Trinidad is going to be reinforced. Trinidad going to bring. I heard the coach Gus Logie was onto some fire, you know. So I think he's calling back some of the veteran players, you know, to get back.
Yes.
Barbados in their first game did very well. The opener scored a century. That is on Brathwaite.
Brathwaite.
Yes.
Yes. I heard about this century.
They scored I was out. They scored.
And
they won easily over Guyana.
All right.
And Leeward beat the team from England. Yes.
That Kent?
Kent, yes.
Kent, yes.
Yes, Leeward. They won handsomely.
Handsomely.
Too. Yes.
Okay. Well, the colours, let's hope they can call it. Those who have been following the matches of some medium somehow. When they comment on the winners' performance, at least a victory is a victory.
Yes.
They won by about 20 runs.
But I
but it's still a victory.
I was, yes, Ambrose scored a fifth. I said Ambrose, but I was still disappointed also with the scores. I'm still a bit disappointed.
Right.
Because I'm expecting them to go far. All right, I'm expecting them to go far. I'm hoping that for years they said they want to get rid of their first game and don't take the under 19 lightly.
Yeah.
So Barbados. A very strong team.
Yes, well,
very strong
Barbados
team.
Traditionally has always been a strong team.
They have 9 test players,
Yeah.
Jamaica had a very lowly score, 140 runs,
All right.
Jamaica.
Yeah.
But Barbados always they have 9 test players.
Yes.
So
it's a pity that they're not carrying the matches before February 2nd. So I just want to give the quiz again. Somebody said Watson or
Simon,
Andrew Simon.
No.
Name the Australian cricketer who both opened the batting and the bowling in a test match for Australia. I'm even giving you the year 2013, and he became the first Australian cricketer to have done so in 85 years. But since then, Shane Watson has already done it.
Yes.
So the person called Shane Watson, but that is not the answer. I want the one who did in 2013.
Something else also on the tennis, that player, I don't know if you talked about him last week, was Curious.
Curious. Oh, Curious, yes. We spoke about him last week. He's
between you and
temperamentally, he has a problem.
Look, this to me something is
Nick
wrong.
Curious.
You have to decide right now.
Australian or Aborigine.
If you want to play basketball, or you want to continue playing tennis, you have to decide.
Yeah.
He has a wealth of talent.
Yes.
I saw this guy lost the fifth set. The man was
a fellow called Pepe beat him. Yes.
I mean to say, I can understand that.
He is disappointed his Australian fans.
Obviously.
And he has a whole number of fans. And they want to withdraw their support. When they feel this guy is not, he's an enigmatic person. I believe that he has a psychological problem.
But he needs counseling. I think he needs to get some counselors around him.
He needs counseling. He needs some help.
Because it's not good. He has a lot of talent. Look.
Only find he doesn't look tidy either. Although he dresses anyhow.
Because I look at Curious. It is rare a player. He has a good second serve. He has a first.
Curious is a very talented guy.
But also the man has a powerful second serve.
Yes.
And to me, something is wrong with Mr. He always look, when he's playing, he look trouble like a person is trouble. He comes to the game with some problem,
Yeah. And he uses expletives.
Yes. Oh my God.
Some choice language at times. And people hear him all the time, He's just what you call a problem.
The problem,
Yes, definitely.
But it's not.
Yeah, we're going to take another break, our second break and final break for a few messages. When we come back, I'm going to look at where are they now and highlight a particular cricketer.
Are you ready for Mass 2017? Where will the beat lead you for Carnival 2017? Buyo, Kais, Okada, Soka. Register with Hysteria Mass today at 21 Hanover Street.
Have to get in because this red not missing me. It's not missing me. Good news.
Comfort with us and the Triple K International, powered by GX Songs and Lights. Hysteria Mass, your ultimate carnival experience. For Mass Dominic, you better register with them today. Sponsored by Flow.
Dominica. Yes, Dominica. Get ready for Campbell Feaster. The Campbell Feast Committee with the Power Rep alongside Kubuli presents Campbell Feast 2012 from 6th to 9th April. Yes, all roads lead to Campbell. The Fed kicks off with rounders and cricket on Friday 6th from 10 a.m. There will be a panel discussion on Saturday 7th from 5 p.m. A talent night at 7 p.m. And Sunday 8th, join us for Family Fun Day from 1 p.m. p.m. alongside the Kubuli Big Truck Jam. On Monday 9th, there will be a mass at 9 a.m. An exhibition at 11:30 a.m. Football action at 3 p.m. And the best dance band ever, Fanatic Band, backed up by Ardent Sounds. Yes, Campbell Feast is on 6 to 9th April 2012. It's gonna be a mashup. See you there.
At Fresh Vitamins, we've got everything you need for health and well-being. We carry a wide range of all-natural sports nutrition and health supplements, plus gluten-free and organic foods, all from quality brands, including Solaray, Cal, Bob's Red Mill, Nature's Way, Source Naturals, and Desire Way. Fresh Vitamins has 2 convenient locations. We're at number 7, Great George Street, Roseau, and we're in Portsmouth, inside IGA Whitchurch Supermarket. Join our discount club and save up to 20% every day on your purchases. Like us on Facebook to stay informed about our products and specials. Come into Fresh Vitamins today and get healthy.
Rudolph Thomas Enterprise in Portsmouth, your suppliers of building materials and hardware products. Over 20 years experience in the business. Rudolph Thomas has lumber and plywood, Portland and tile cement, steel rods, galvanized and fence pipe. And Rudolph Thomas can meet all your wire needs. Galvanized roofing sheets, doors, windows, toilet sets, face basins and bidets. PVC piping, fittings and lattice. Check out Rudolph Thomas for ceramic and vinyl floor and wall tiles, nails, nuts and bolts, paint and painting supplies. And check out their line of electrical and hand tools. And Rudolph Thomas is your one-stop shop for hard-to-find items like fiberglass mat and fiberglass resin and welding rods. Go now to Rudolph Thomas on 1240 Bay Street in Portsmouth.
Activate any one of our combo plans today and enjoy double the data, double the talk, and double the text. Double the fun, Flow Carnival.
This is how we flow. Grab somebody and tell them hello.
Esther said to Mr. Bell, will you come to Campbell for Easter? Mr. Bell replied, why, my dear, what is happening in Campbell? Esther shouted, Mr. Bell, don't you know it's the Campbell Village Feast from Friday the 6th to 9th of April? Wow, said Mr. Bell, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, there must be lots of activities, my dear. Activities plus, stated Esther, Friday cricket, lovely cricket, Campbell Warner, Delvin Esprit cricket team, Ronda's Big Safa, Mr. Bell, Dubla Kinfield Warner, Campbell, Undermen's Ronda's team from South City, Granby. On Saturday, big panel discussion from 5, Kuma crime and drugs destabilize the family, Father Coffee, Pastor Felix, Police and Drug Department. And from Sete Oswe is a massive talent show, dancing, singing, acting, and more. On Sundays, the Campbell Village Feast Family Fun Day, Orion, Domino's, bingo, racing, games, even for Granny and Grandpa, and the big hula hoop competition with George Father Coffee. Messi Monday, the Lady Pack Lames exhibition, dignitaries killer, football, waters, goat chatu and fish for barbecue chicks, steam and fried fish avec autant d'autres. So what are you saying, Mr. Bell? Are you coming to Campbell for the Easter weekend? Oh, I have no choice, my dear. Campbell is the place for me.
Rudolph Thomas Enterprise in Portsmouth, your suppliers of building materials and hardware products. Over 20 years experience in the business. Rudolph Thomas has lumber and plywood, Portland and tile cement, steel rods, galvanized and fence pipe. And Rudolph Thomas can meet all your wire needs. Galvanized roofing sheets, doors, windows, toilet sets, face basins and bidets. PVC piping, fittings and lattice. Check out Rudolph Thomas for ceramic and vinyl floor and wall tiles, nails, nuts and bolts, paint and painting supplies. And check out their line of electrical and hand tools. And Rudolph Thomas is your one-stop shop for hard-to-find items like fiberglass mat and fiberglass resin and welding rods. Go now to Rudolph Thomas on 1240 Bay Street in Portsmouth.
Crystal Waters Blue Skies, a platform for creative discussion. Live on Cube.
Yes, welcome back to Sports Wrap. It's now 7:21, so we're on the last lap. There is a couple that I forgot to mention. That's Johnny and Vanya Shillingford.
Okay.
Oh, she always listens.
And Defoe in
Johnny
Holland.
and Vanya Shillingford. Oh, David Defoe. Oh, they're in Holland.
In
yes,
Holland.
Yes.
And Hope Sibo, I think Sebastian might be listening.
Oh, and Knocker Sebastian. He was supposed to have left a number where I could contact him, but apparently not. I thought when I came here that DJ Shill would have had the number for me, but it doesn't seem so. So, number. Oh, yes, there it is. Call Sebastian. Shill has this thing, man. But Shill has a thing there. Also, call Sebastian. 1-268-462-1223. Shill, you have the thing with you, man. What? Let's see if we can get Sebastian, man. Call Sebastian. There's a note there.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing I made mention of that. His name.
Yes.
I thought there was none.
But he'll have to sing there. I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
So we're trying to get Lockett Sebastian and over there in Antigua. Yes. I want to talk about. I hope we're on the air still.
Yes, you're on the air still.
Yeah, okay. So we have no callers to give us the trivia answer. So if you don't know it, I'll have to tell you who was that cricketer. And I thought I'd be hearing some more responses. So let us see if we can try to get Lockett Sebastian overseas. Let me now look at the segment where they now, and the person I decided to look at, Lobby, is the great Everton Wicks.
Oh.
Everton, the Corsi Wicks. So, where is he today? Today, Wicks was born on February 26, 1925. Everton Wicks will be 92 years next month.
Wow.
I call him the Mike Tyson. He has a look of Mike Tyson. He's shorter,
Fearless.
but somehow he's the only man I remember in those days who had his part in the middle of his head. A part in the middle, Everton Wicks. And he was one of the three great W's of cricket. And Wicks, I believe, is the oldest living Test cricketer today. And we look back at his record. Wicks played 48 Test matches, scored 4,455 runs, highest Test score 207, 15 centuries, and 58.61, very good average, 58.61. And he had about 12,000 first-class runs in all, and 3,600s in all. Wicks made his Test debut for West Indies against England in Barbados in January 1948. And he played his last Test match, Everton Wicks, against Pakistan in 1958. Short and stocky, but a very endearing figure. Very quick-footed. Wicks had a variety of strokes, and he was really a man. To say he was an aggressive batsman is putting it mildly. It's an understatement. Wicks actually murdered the bowling. Wicks was dropped after he played his first Test match, and then he was brought back in the third Test of that series, and he was being booed, Wicks, because the Jamaicans, it was in Jamaica, after they dropped him after the first Test, they brought him for the third Test. Headley was there. Headley dropped out. Wicks came back. But Jamaicans were very insular in those days. They wanted J.K. Holt, J.K. Holt Jr., John Holt, and they were booing Wicks. Wicks answered with 141. And that set off a whole spate of centuries. Wicks went on to get 4 other successive centuries and to be the only batsman, a world record, of 5 consecutive Test centuries.
Wow.
And it is said that he was 90 for his 6th one and given run out. And Wicks swears he clearly wasn't out in the days of third the DSRS and so on. So Wicks said he was 90 not out. And clearly, they gave him a run out in India. He was not out. So Wicks had a great time. And Wicks continued. That was 1948-49. 1950, Wicks went to England. The three W's, Ramadine and Valentine. And they, under Goddard's captaincy. And they won the series 3-Love. Remember the song, the Calypso? Cricket, lovely cricket. At Lost where I saw it. These little pals of mine, Ramadine and Valentine, where there's Wicks, Royal Walcott were there. So Wicks, after 50, he went to Australia in 51-52. He had a good session as well. Do we have a caller?
Yes.
Hello, Ozzy.
Yes.
Ozzy.
Yes.
I want to ask you a personal question. What was your highest score as an opener?
Yeah. You mean in all cricket?
In cricket, yes.
I scored 116. Not for Dominica, you know.
I know.
In league cricket, first class cricket, they call it first division cricket. Combermere, you played against Bruton, strong teams.
But you didn't play for Dominica.
Oh yes, I played for Dominica.
That's what I want to know with Dominica. Because a lot of people don't know you used to play cricket, you know.
Oh, I'm coming to that in a moment when I'm talking about Wicks now. We'll hear about that.
No, because I mean you cannot talk about yourself. So
Exactly.
So that's let me call you because I know you used to be an opener.
I played for Dominica at age 17, going to grammar school, opened the batting and an off spinner. And I made the Windward Islands team the same year. And I played first-class matches against E.W. Swanton team, a team that toured the Caribbean with Everton Wicks, Ray Linwall, and a few other test players. So I was going to come with my little story on Wicks. I was going to bring in that when I first met Wicks.
Oh, you're going to bring that in?
Yes.
Okay. But did you play with people like Maxford Zamo and...
No, Maxford Zamo came after me.
Okay.
I played with Irvin Shillingford, Leroy Shillingford, Einstein Shillingford, Cecil Larocque, Gregoire, now deceased.
Yeah, I know.
They used to call him Rice.
I know, Rice.
I played with Mello, fast bowler.
You didn't play with Matthew George?
No, Matthew George was after my time.
Okay.
I played with Arthur Nesty.
Okay.
I played with Clem John, the great Clem John, Irvin Shillingford, Cecil Larocque, all these guys, you know. So I played in the early 60s, and I had some eye problems, so I gave up cricket very early.
I know, yes.
But I did play at 4 years for Dominica as an opening batsman and an off-spin bowler.
Yes.
And I made the Windward Islands team at 17. But I wasn't a great batsman.
I know, but I wanted, you know,
Yes,
and so
yes.
let me ask you that
But-
you used to be an opener.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Anyway, bye-bye.
Thanks a lot, Elizabeth, for making me say a little word about myself.
Yeah, because yes.
All right. Okay. Well, I was going to say that I first met Wicks in 1961 when I was playing for the Windward Islands. And he was touring with the E.W. Swanton team. I heard of the great Wicks, you know. He was batting the non-striker, and some other person was batting. Drove a ball. I was at mid-off fielding, and I made a good stop. And Wicks said, "Well done, son. Well done, son." I'll never forget that. The first time I heard Wicks spoke to me, I got to know Wicks because I've been here with Grenada together. And I got to know him well a little bit after that. As a commentator in Barbados, I went at least on 2 different occasions. Wicks was a summarizer. And I got to know him very well. He's a guy that you feel he endears you to him. He's a very nice guy. And so I got to know him personally. So I just felt I should just highlight his performances because I believe at 92 next month is one of the terrible W's. The younger people might never heard of Wicks. But the older people who heard of Wicks, Warren, Walcott, Ramadine and Valentine these days. So I remember Wicks from those days. So I can say I played against Wicks.
Very important.
Very important. And I did commentaries in Barbados with Wicks as a summarizer. I was there as a ball-by-ball commentator. So that's how I got to know Wicks. So I did play for the island several years. I was vice captain of the Dominica team under Clem or Leroy Shillingford. And then I played for the Windward Islands against the Leewards as well. And who was the other opening batsman? A fellow called Bristol opened the batting from St. Lucia. I believe Steel Redhead, Gresham, all his players, Mindu Philip.
I saw these guys play.
All these guys who played in the early 60s. A little schoolboy playing with them. So I knew all of them. Papi, where there was a Calypsonian called Mighty Papitet, fast bowler. In those days, tournaments were big thing.
In
Dominica, crowds of at least 7,000-8,000 would flock to the gardens to watch cricket in those days.
This was a
and I
fete.
felt proud as a schoolboy to have played for Dominica. I still cherish that as one of my acquisitions or feats in life, Lobby.
Oh yes, I mean, if you can, when I recall the days of cricket in the gardens
days.
And between Stowe,
Yes.
between all these things, it was just fun.
Yes,
it was cool, and you at school,
Did you ever see me play, Lobby?
I can
Yes,
for Combermere.
For Combermere. I played for Combermere for some time.
And Blackburns.
I played for Blackburn too. I played for Notre Dame too.
Right.
And of course for grammar school. I captained grammar school.
So in the Windsor Park, playing in the Windsor Park, in those days,
Yeah.
But at school, you're at 1 o'clock, and you maintain the time. You're at 1 o'clock.
And by 12 o'clock, you're gone from
you
school.
Want to be there waiting,
you were given half day,
I do that.
So statutory, Your work ended. Come to work an hour earlier. And the civil service, closed down for tournament. If you don't do that today, to close the civil service,
but Ozzy,
people close their stores. Cricket in Roseau in 1950 something, and in 60s, Val, Felix Clem, John Batten, Irvin Shillingford, Melo, Frank Mason, and you have cricket there, and people were joking, man.
But
Everybody in the garden.
But what's amazing, Ozzy? Today, you're allowing this school children to come look at cricket, and they're reluctant.
They don't even come to watch their peers play.
I know.
Their peers are playing, and they don't come to support their own peers.
That is the problem we have.
Yes.
You see, and that is
no
the problem we
support.
have. It's ridiculous. I mean, when you in those days you had, you're trying to store to get to, now.
Yeah. When you made the island team in those days, you felt a sense of accomplishment, man.
Guys, look out! It was even just guys being on trial alone.
A trial was
huge accomplishment.
A big thing. A trial match was a big thing. I kept saying so all the time. When you play a trial match, it was a big thing.
I mean, the crowds were huge in the gardens.
Trials drew big crowds. Guys used to pick their team, write to the Chronicle and pick their team, man. I don't much radio in those days. I was writing on the papers. They'd pick their team to tour, man.
And there's one bowler always players were afraid of, make sure that on his team was Defoe. David Defoe. This left arm swing bowler. I remember this batsman Gillans, Gillans. I remember Gillans.
Defoe played a few years after my time.
Yeah, Gillans.
Gillans was
poor Gillans.
Yes.
Whenever I look, man, he has to, to face Defoe. Lo and behold, the guy, he's a good batsman.
Yeah.
But whenever he gets to face Defoe, Defoe, that was something else.
Gillans was a fanatical cricketer, from Newton. Where's Gillans today?
I don't know. I think it's so many states.
I think we have a caller. Welcome to Sports Rap, caller. Hello?
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
Yes, hello, man. You're on Sports Rap, yes?
Yeah. Ozzy Bogoroy, what's up?
Oh, Bogoroy, what's happening, man? Hey,
I wondered what happened to your voice, man.
Yeah, you recognize the voice. Let me tell you, I don't know. I haven't been able to get the
cricket,
the quiz, but there's something you.
The quiz, no.
Yeah, there's something you just said that I felt so good about it when you said that Wicks turned to you and said.
Yes, I wanted. Yes,
I remember
Wicks.
in my days, young guy going to grammar school, we used to go to play outside cricket. And I was struggling to get. I couldn't get to make trials. And everybody said how good I was, but you had Rice.
Keepers, you were one of the keepers, yes.
All those guys. But once we went to play cricket, and you were on that game, in that game with us. I remember we went to play at St. Joseph, and I was the wicket keeper. We used to go Sunday matches in the country area.
Yes.
And here is Ozzy Lewis fielding first slip and little Bogoroy behind the stump. And I took that catch, I think, in front of you.
Yes.
It wrong to me and said, boy, You are so good. How the hell are you not a Dominica team?
Well, you see.
Yeah, man, I took that catch. You are so slick, you know, and
Yes.
you couldn't believe what you had
You're
seen.
taking a brilliant catch.
You said to me, and you said, boy, that happened in St. Joseph, you know, and boy said, boy, how the hell you're not a Dominica's team? And to be honest to you, I've never forgotten that. And I just talked about
Weeks.
there.
Yes.
That just came back to me, you know.
Yes.
All right, man.
Thanks a lot, Bogoroy, for that intervention, man. I appreciate it. But really, when I think of Everton Wicks, man, you're a fine gentleman, man. Fine gentleman. I'll never forget Wixie, man.
He mentioned a keeper there, Rice, Ozzy.
Rice Gregoire.
Rice was a formidable sportsman, yeah, both football and cricket.
Yeah.
And,
well, Rice was probably the best keeper after Alec Reed, you know.
And Ozzy, one of the things
Alec
I
Reed.
always remembered, Ozzy, that we in Dominica, we do not support our own.
Yeah.
I remembered when Dominica...
Hold your thought. I think somebody's trying their best to reach us. Hello, welcome to Sports Rap.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yes?
Can you recall the? Can you mentioned a couple names there?
Babs.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You mentioned a couple names there. You can remember Frank Mason?
Of course.
No.
I played against Frank Mason.
Yeah, I know that. I know, but you didn't call his name. That man was hostile.
Very hostile. Frank Mason was one of the. Frank Mason was about the best fast bowler who never played Test cricket. Hostile. Yes, Frank Mason, a terror.
Yeah, I know you played against them guys, man.
Yeah, man, I played against Frank Mason, Theo Redhead, Ian Atherley, a police officer. Trimingham, an off spinner from St. Vincent.
Trimingham.
Garnet
You
Bristol.
played against Sardine and
Rice. Rice
Sardine was a Vinci.
Yes.
Sardine was from St. Vincent.
Sardine and Rice.
Rice Kabul, Sardine Baway.
And Pierre. So you had Rice. You had Rice keeping. Pierre was bowling and Sardine was batting. So you had Rice, Sardine and Pierre. You remember those days? Yes, these were great old days, man.
And the other song, you know, bowl, Melo can bowl.
It was Bowl, Bobby Bowl. Bobby can bowl, Pulus Kabawe. The names changed with the years and the tournament. But it began with a fellow called Bobby Pemberton. I think he's still alive. Bobby was a great fast bowler in the 40s and early 50s. And Bobby Bowl. Bobby can bowl, Pulus Kabawe.
Then they had Melo Kabul, Rice Kabawe.
Yeah, well, the names changed as time went by.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Ozzy.
Yes.
And Lobrak.
Yes, good evening. How are you?
Not bad. I have something for you all. If you all tell me who makes the biggest six in the garden, and one in Windsor, one at Pottersville. Can you name the guy?
The biggest six in the gardens?
Yeah.
A guy from Castle Bruce?
No.
No. Isn't it the guy from Pottersville?
No, you name the guy and where they have one at the gardens, one at the Windsor Park, and one at Pottersville.
How you know it was the biggest six ever at the gardens?
Yeah,
it was
the biggest six. One at the gardens. The biggest six.
Was he an off spinner?
That was not.
Is it Roy Marshall?
No, not Marshall.
Norbert Phillip?
No.
I know talking about
biggest six.
It was he was playing against St. Vincent. And the fella who the biggest six was Simu from Point.
Listen to me, I was just about to say Simu Francis, you know. If you had given me 10 more seconds, I was going to tell you Simu, they call him Simon Francis, called Simu.
Right, he hit that ball from the...
No, I was just about to say Simu.
To the grammar school.
Yes, Simu.
To the grammar school, yeah.
Simu.
And then we had one from the Windsor Park.
Who was that one who hit that biggest six at Windsor Park?
That's Philip Pascal, from the Windsor Park straight to the ministry.
To the ministry.
Military.
Philip Pascal.
These are the military. Philip Pascal, that spinner.
Off spinner, yes.
The off spinner.
I remember him very well. He played for Dominica in 1958.
Right. And the other one was Cow. Cow was an ex-policeman.
Yes.
He used to play for Sunrise.
Yes.
And he hit that six from the Pottersville Savannah to the Pottersville drain. They call the other mango. They call mango kakapul.
Yeah, that's Pond, man.
Yes, Pond.
Right.
Pond, my boy. How are you, Pond?
How are you, Pondy?
I'm there.
But I know you have all the memories of...
All the memories, man. You were a cricketer, you know. You were a sportsman.
Pond was a cricketer, of course.
People saying Pond, they don't realize Pond played cricket.
But I remember Simu very well. Simu used to walk from Tong to, Grand Bay, you was from?
Oh, yeah. No, are you from Point Michel?
Point Michel. He used to walk that whole way. I remember Simu very well, man. As a little boy, I saw Simu play many times in the gardens in the 50s.
Yeah.
And maybe the early 60s, too.
Yeah.
By then, he was a man in advanced age, and he couldn't make the Dominica team again. By the time I came on the scene, people like Simu had, wasn't playing for Dominica anymore. But he played in the 50s.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
So remember...
I came back from there.
Yeah. So you remember Frank with it? Belling. No.
And
Mason.
who was the bowler? You remember the batsman, St. Helen?
St. Helen of St.
You
Lucia.
remember who bowled him?
Cochran.
Right. The sister
Cocky. Jerome Cocky.
When he first build, they build straight to the boundary.
Yes. Cocky was a guy working at the Tongue Council office.
Right.
A
Cochran.
lot of style.
Yeah.
Before he bowled, he'd pull up his pants at his seam and show socks, man, and show the crowd his boy.
He was bowling from the south.
From the southern end.
To north, the northern end.
You're right. He bowled mainly from the southern end to the wicket, yes. And Cocky would pull up his pants.
Yeah, the Cocky. What is his start ball? Ball him, Cocky. Ball him.
Ball him,
and
Cocky.
Pull up his pants, man. Take a 2-step backward.
Yes. And some people would, John Tata would shout, Cocky melee. melee. Mix it up, man.
Really melee.
Melee. Cocky melee, yes.
Right in the boundary, man.
That's right. St. Helen was a big time batsman of St. Lucia. and de Turville.
And you know, when John Tato batting, you can bowl as you on your touching his foot, the other bad foot.
Yes, John Tato.
And everybody bowling for that foot. and you can have that, boundary.
Yes. These were great days, Dodol.
Well, these days are good days, huh?
This can never be repeated.
No, man, never repeated, man. That was cricket, man.
Oh, yes.
Oh, and that garden is to pack up.
The whole town was closed, all the country was closed, half day.
Ministry to give half
Ministry
day.
gave half day.
Half day.
Even firms gave half day.
And today they have island this and
they have so many opportunities today.
They have in cricket in Dominica, you don't hear nothing about a half day.
Even test cricket, you don't see people coming.
They don't get a half day.
Yeah.
Yeah, but these days are happy days.
Thanks for your remembering those days, man.
Pond.
I remember Simu very well, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
St. Helen and his fellows.
Yeah.
Okay.
Night, man.
Okay, man. Thank you very much.
Right.
Yes. I was talking about rice, Ozzy. Rice.
Yes, rice Gregoire.
As it's, Gregoire. This is Gregoire as a keeper. And Ozzy, I find. Yeah. What I'm saying.
Hello? Anybody on?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello?
I think I'm still on from Grand Bay, Ozzy.
I believe it was from Grand Bay.
Yeah, because Philip Allen told me in his days he come from Grand Bay with his bat and everything coming down to people.
Right. I believe it was Grand Bay. It's a walk from Grand Bay.
So that is Moku information, eh?
Yes. Moku one, yes. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Put it down. Right. So as we were saying about Gregoire, Ozzy, and the rather unfortunate Ozzy here that I'm saying in Dominica, Ozzy, we don't like our own. I remember when Finley came on, that Dominican started talking about, Gregoire can only dive. dive. The man was a fantastic, cricketer, good all-rounder.
Who said Greg only dive?
The crowd, Dominicans, and I was disappointed completely.
Many people are trying to come in.
I remember this innings against that team from Barbados when Sobers bowled him, Sobers bowled him with the Chinaman.
For 92.
92, yeah. Great innings. Yes. Great innings. Yeah. And he was a fantastic footballer, yeah?
Yes.
This,
Greg was a brilliant footballer. Yeah.
Brilliant footballer.
Yeah. Well, everybody remembers Cecil Larrock.
Cecil Larrock,
Cecil Larrock was the neatest cricketer I've ever seen.
After Gordon Greenidge.
Yeah. Boy, to me, Larrock was even neater than anybody. To me, I haven't seen somebody as neat as Larrock.
Talking about him, you can see him going up with his long sleeve, his bebop.
Yeah.
The shirt.
Yeah, we have about 3 lights they're showing. They're trying to reach us, so let's get some callers. Welcome to, just a minute, we're going to, welcome to Sports Rap. Hello?
Mr. DJ.
Hello?
Listening to your speech on your dialect, we all can see that he's an experienced player by just hosting this big sports program. But regardless the fact I did not get the opportunity to face the quiz, but listen to this
the quiz
typical issue to the DJ. The name of Dominica has been lifted up when Billy Doctor and the guy from Harry Brazil has been qualified on the West Indies team.
Yes.
If you look at the mandatory, if you look at the country where these players came from, the majority of players is from Jamaica, Barbados, and Antigua.
Yes.
And if you look at the policy, how do the country accept this guy? Them guys they're now on special help and they taking medication. This generally can keep away the spirit interference and also really promote the brand of the drugs that they are taking. It's a very good idea promoting the brand because them guys they are taking the medication every time when they go and play.
Okay, caller.
Giving the drugs a big promotion too,
Yes, we have several calls. We have a number of callers trying to reach us, so thanks for your contribution. Okay, so yes, Luby, you're talking about Rice Gregg.
Yes, Greg and Larrock. Larrock. Also, he loved to cover drive. He had a lovely cover drive, and you see this, he was very, it's very.
I hope he's listening to us. Larrock is not doing too well.
I don't doing too well, but
but it's
very solid man in the midfield here. For playing for Combermere, his life, Combermere.
Yeah, football too.
I know. He's very national player.
We have the lights coming up now.
Yes.
Hello.
Hey, Ozzy and the rest, good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
Hi, good evening.
Well, not too bad. In those days, something left out was...
Bertrand, my good friend, yes.
The entire Windward Island team would meet in the host island.
Yes.
In Dominica, we had hotels like Cherry Lodge.
Yes.
10 Rest Inn.
Yes.
And Marin Club.
Marin Club, man, yes.
That's right. And Steel Bands won the ground for entertainment.
Steel Bands, man.
Lapo Cabwit.
You had characters like V8.
V8, yes.
Don Tato.
Coco Fiolo. And a player you left out who had test potential was Gresham from Grenada.
Evelyn Gresham from Grenada, yes. Yes. He was a very fine batsman. I played for several years with Gresham on the Windward Islands team. Yes.
And you see, Ozzy, one of the things is that days gone by, a lot of what we found out that a lot of the sportsmen play cricket and football.
Yeah.
But in athletics, cricket and football. All right, and today you have a lot of specialists today,
Yeah.
And it's not up to par.
Just playing one particular sport, Yes.
Today we have specialists, we call them specialists. But in the past, we play.
Yes. I mean, if you ask the average man who's in the Dominica team today, he wouldn't know, you know. And when is the tournament taking place? You hardly know.
You don't know.
Things have just really changed for the worse.
And he spoke about the characters. They gave us extra flavor, to the botanic gardens,
part and parcel of the landscape, man. Oh yes. I still want someone to get that. It's a difficult quiz unless you know who is the Australian cricketer who both Barry, man, come up Barry. You seem to pride yourself as a great statistician. Which Australian cricketer opened the bowling and the batting in a test match for Australia after 85 years where nobody in Australia had done it. He became the first one in 85 years. I'll give you a clue. It happened in 2013. So if I don't get it, I will let the callers know who was that cricketer. Maybe let's look quickly at, we still have some time. And we'll look at
the Australia team for India.
Australia team for India. Yes. We said we would. Australia, the last time before the last, Australia actually won the series in India. They had a powerful team, Michael Clark. But the last time they went to India, they were beaten 4-0, Australia. Now, in recent times, we had Sri Lanka being Australia. So I really have my misgivings and doubts about Australia going to India next month. I think I saw the red light there coming. Maybe somebody wants to share in the conversation.
No, nothing as yet.
Yeah, I can see a red light there. Yes.
Oh.
Hello, welcome to Sports Rap.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I'm saying, how do you expect sports to be developed in Dominica? I was listening to the news today, and they were saying that they have a clinic in the Botanical Garden.
A clinic?
How can they build a clinic?
Well, the clinic is not close to the playground there, to be fair. The clinic, yes, the medical clinic.
Yes, the health center. Health center.
It's not close. Pardon?
It's not close to the.
It's not close to the
playing field.
Playing field. It's not. There's a fair distance from the playing field. You know.
Oh, because I heard the news, and like, you don't go to the clinic.
Yes, there's a health. What do they call it? A health
center. If you know the Rosewell, it's adjacent to the convent prep.
Yeah, it's not in any way close to the cricketing area. No.
Okay, so the way they advertise it is wrong.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thanks for calling. Yes, Lobby.
Australia. Yes.
The Australian team, they were beaten 3-0 by Sri Lanka. So India is an infinitely stronger team than Sri Lanka, and you saw what they did to England. I'm looking at the Australian team. A new guy called Hans Cum. The way he bats deep in his crease. He was successful against Pakistan. He scored his first 4 Test matches. I think he's the only cricketer in the world to score more than 50, at least 50, in each of his first 4 Test matches. Then Usman Khawaja. This man was a failure in Sri Lanka. I do not see this guy. I don't find the way he plays. There's even Warner, very prolific in Australia. Warner to me is a suspect to good spin bowling.
True, yes.
I think the Indians will give Australia a rough time. What can Australia do to counteract that? I think they're going to go to some academy they have in Dubai or something for 2 weeks before the tour to get enough practice against spin bowling. So they're taking it seriously. And a key, even Lyon, the off spinner, to me, whenever he plays to Sri Lanka and he goes there, he doesn't do so very well.
But
they have O'Keefe. They're banking on a fit O'Keefe, left-hand spinner, might do well. There's a Swepson, a leg spinner, new boy, who might play. But the guy I believe they're banking on, a fellow called Maxwell.
Maxwell
is a guy with the X factor.
He can change the game.
In maths, the X in maths means the unknown. So Maxwell is an unknown quantity. He can just bat first few balls, hit up in the air, stupid reckless shot, he's out. But Maxwell, if he gets going, can destroy an attack. And Australia is banking on that.
But Ozzy, I'll tell you one thing about Australia, Ozzy, is that technology. I'm certain, I know they'll be looking at the Indian bowlers. They'll have a lot of videotapes on them.
But
and
Ashwin and
they will listen to me. They will prepare. The Australians, they're very meticulous, Ozzy, in terms
Look,
they went about,
just a few months ago.
I don't say no, Ozzy,
they
but
went
they
to
don't-
Sri Lanka.
I know, but a few
and
months back-
Herath and left arm spinner run through them.
But I'm certainly
they
sure,
lost
Ozzy,
3-love, you know.
They have. I'm telling you that, you know, they'll be preparing very, very hard, because we know that Jajeda and Ashwin.
These guys are they're lethal. They're
At home.
deadly at home. You know,
So-
India would not beat Australia in Australia. I don't see it, but certainly in India, they're playing 4 test matches there. The first test starts February 23rd, not too far from now, just under a month, and they're going to prepare before they go to India. They're playing against New Zealand. The Chappell Hadley series, 3 matches in New Zealand, and then they're going to Dubai for 2 weeks, and then India. I think they have 1 practice match before the first test. I like Australian cricket, but I believe that they have some weaknesses, some palpable weaknesses against good spin bowling. I fear.
But Ozzy, I'm looking at when Johnson retired. Ozzy, what was his reason for retiring that fast bowler?
Well, he just decided the time was right.
Because I'm looking at
played a match or 2 and he found he wasn't really getting the results he used to get before. He was already 33 years old, and Australians tend to retire early. Most Australians retire early.
Because I'm looking at him playing in the Big Bash there.
They find
Big
him
Bash.
very good.
What are you talking about?
Well, these guys want to make sure, Luby, they have enough left for the paying franchises.
Right, you're right. Because let me tell you, he's bowling fantastic, you know.
Yeah, serious fire.
Plenty fire. Plenty
So
fire.
you're saying Johnson could have played a couple more series?
Of course, man, Ozzy.
These guys want to leave when they still have something in them to earn big money
I agree with you,
in
because
the IPL and the other franchises.
Because let's face it, Ozzy, the
2020 leagues.
T20, the crowds are just they're just enormous. The crowd now, you know,
and the money they make.
money is good. Let's you have life after sports now. You're thinking about your life after sports.
Yeah, indeed. So these guys are weighing and considering that, you know. Test match, as I know, is the ultimate, but still, guys thinking now of the payday.
Because they are looking at the Australian Big Bash. The stadiums are packed to capacity.
What about the IPL?
Don't talk about the IPL. Not even the recent test matches in India, if England, not as fully packed like an ODI or T20.
I find there were big crowds in India.
Yeah, no, but
because India has a massive population, and
yes.
stadiums are big. Yeah, we're coming very close to the end of our program. It's 1 minute left, Lobby. And final thoughts quickly: who's going to win between, let's say, the match between Federer and Nadal? Who's going to win?
I give Nadal the edge.
I give Federer the edge.
And I give the sisters. I don't think the sisters.
Serena is
I
going
think
to win.
Venus can win.
Serena win in a canter. Okay. We have come to the end. It's now 7:59 and 45 seconds. It's time to bring the curtain down on another edition of Sports Wrap. We hope you enjoy the program. Listeners all over the world, we'll be back next Thursday on your radio with another edition of Sports Wrap. We couldn't get Lockhart Sebastian. We tried. Maybe we'll try again next time, Lockhart. DJ Shield did try to get, and we didn't get through. So maybe next time, we may have Dr. Fontaine here with us. So until next Thursday, Ozzy Lewis saying bye-bye and see you later.
Madam Minister of Foreign Affairs, who holds our diplomatic passports, if any have been revoked or withdrawn, cancelled or otherwise, can you tell us the names? Can you give us the numbers? And they told us, as is the habit of the Prime Minister, it is not our damn business in our parliament. And today we are hearing that on the 20th of January 2016, they had revoked at least one. One who was living, a gentleman who was living in our country, when we asked in our parliament to give us the information. You found us too stupid to receive and assimilate information. And today, you're coming and spending millions to do damage control. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm saying to you, that I have a difficulty in addressing any of these people as honorable. They've lost that in my sight. I'm hoping that they've lost it in your sight. And as I welcome you, I implore you to listen. Listen to the messages that you will get tonight. And I'm asking you to take the messages to every nook and cranny of our country and say that we have had enough. I have been insulted enough as a citizen of my country, as a former police officer who put my life on the line in this country to give us the right to be a free people in our country. And now I am seeing that right being trampled upon by people who say that they were elected. They were not elected, not freely nor fairly. So we're asking you, please, take the message, take it from here and spread it far and wide as I bid you welcome. Thank you for being here and encourage others. By investment program. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Judge. And for those of you here tonight, I want you to put your hands together for yourself for standing on the side of truth and with the United Workers' Party. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue tonight, and here to address us and to continue to educate us is Mr. Steve Benjamin, the chairman of the Wesley Association Constituency Branch, and also a member of the management team of the United Workers' Party. Put your hands together for Mr. Steve Benjamin.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Dominicans. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I will try my best to leave out the word United Workers' Party, notwithstanding the fact that we are prepared to lead, to rescue this country if you are prepared to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, this country is in crisis. And we need all hands on deck. Ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe, and I want to speak to the Laborites tonight, I firmly believe that Roosevelt Skerrit has hijacked the Dominica Labour Party. And with a few men, he had taken us to hell in a handbasket. Ladies and gentlemen, he promised us an international airport, but he delivered toilet. He promised us 2 boats for the farmers, but he delivered toilet. Ladies and gentlemen, he promised markets for our crops. Ladies and gentlemen, but he delivered toilet. The question is, has he created a minister responsible for toilet affairs, ladies and gentlemen? But ladies and gentlemen, the crisis tonight is one of the prostitution of our citizenship by this administration. And Mr. Skerrit told us just recently that if he do not sell the passport, what again? That is why the United Workers' Party is prepared to remind you that armed with a man like Lennox Linton, a human resource capacity expert and strategic planner, armed with a man like Thompson Fontaine, the doctor, a man who have worked in over 27 countries across the globe, fixing economies, he can fix our own. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for us to stand. I was sitting on a bench in Wesley some 5 days ago, and I saw 5 men in their 40s throwing up silver collection to buy a half-buckle rum. Magwesa. Ladies and gentlemen, every recognized company in this country is living on an overdraft. This country's economy is in the doldrums, and we sit back and wait. Now is the time to stand and move forward to take back our country. Now is the time for us to take to the streets and demand that these honorable criminals step aside. Ladies and gentlemen, the minister responsible for agriculture has told us that we are going to export bananas to England. The gentleman is fast asleep. Ladies and gentlemen, we have lost the battle against black Sikatoka. If you go to the markets today, there is no bananas. Ladies and gentlemen, the livestock subsector is going to hell in a handbasket also. We cannot compete, ladies and gentlemen, because the government has failed to subsidize the feed so that the farmers can be able to make a dollar. Ladies and gentlemen, I say to you, now is the time. If you do not stand up now, then when? Ladies and gentlemen, I say to you, there is hope in agriculture and tourism. There is no hope in selling passport. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a solid team prepared to do the hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wait, your children will continue to migrate and leave you in a home alone. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wait, your children abroad, instead of putting the money aside for themselves, they will have to continue to pay your mortgage for you and to buy basic needs, flour, sugar, and rice. So, ladies and gentlemen, I say to you, the United Workers' Party is ready and able to transform the social fabric of the Dominican society. I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, we have a solid team, and we are prepared to join forces with Dominicans living in the diaspora to transform this country and bring hope to the Dominican people. I say to you finally, ladies and gentlemen, there is hope. There is hope in this country, but not under this administration. So, ladies and gentlemen, I say to you, thanks for coming, and let us move forward to transform this country by getting rid of this lazy criminal enterprise masquerading as government. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is hope. There is hope when you stand on the side of truth. And there is hope when there is justice. When there is no justice, we cannot have peace. When there is no justice, we will have corruption. And we will have arrests all over the world tarnishing our good name. We bring hope to you, ladies and gentlemen. Hope for the farmers, hope for the policemen and the nurses, hope for the children. And our message of hope has been wrong for a long time. But the devil is at work to deceive you and put some sheet over your eyes so you won't see. But the truth is beginning to unfold, ladies and gentlemen. So tonight, with us is Honorable Ron Green, the former Minister of Education, the best Minister of Education that has passed the Commonwealth of Dominica. I ask you to bid him welcome as he addresses you tonight, Honorable Ron Green.
Thank you very much. Good night, brothers and sisters of Roseau. Good night, people of Dominica, here and abroad. Good to be here in Lago, this critical time of our country. I come here tonight, first of all, to praise the patriots and the people of La Plaine. They have said loud and clear that enough is enough. They have made it clear, brothers and sisters, in the strong message that they sent in the village council election just about 2 weeks ago. No more nonsense in La Plaine. The people voted for accountability. The people voted for change. People voted for La Plaine first. The people voted for jobs and development, brothers and sisters. Imagine a slogan that emerged in that election. It was "Clean the Swamp." And we know where else that is being used. 60% of the people of La Plaine turned out to vote in that village council election. And that is history. Never before in the history of village council election has there been such a turnout. People were online in La Plaine up until almost 8 o'clock. The people of La Plaine turned out in large numbers and they sent a message. And you know something? There was no imported voters. No voters from overseas paid with a ticket and money in their pocket to come down and vote. So brothers and sisters, let us understand that Salisbury has sent its spark, Marigot has sent its spark, and this is La Plaine's spark to Dominica. Let us understand, brothers and sisters, that the spark is you, the people of Dominica. When you, the people of Dominica, demand resignations, we will get it. When you, the people of Dominica, demand electoral reform now, we will get it, brothers and sisters. When the people of Dominica demand a commission of inquiry, we will get it. Understand that well. And when we demand, that is the people of Dominica, demand that the swamp has to be cleaned, we will get that too. And brothers and sisters, in my opinion, when we say clean the swamp, as an old teacher, I believe in the 4 R's. First of all, when we say clean the swamp, we mean 1, remove the tyrants and the crooks. Number 2, R, retrieve the dollars that they have stolen and the assets they have hidden away. The 3rd R, brothers and sisters, relieve the crooks and the thieves of their freedom through the courts. That's the 3rd R. And the final R is rebuild the institution that they have crushed, like our Electoral Commission, like our Commission of Integrity, and like all of those institutions that are so important to us. So thank you very much, brothers and sisters. Let us hope that the spark that we are as people of Dominica will continue to light in this dark, dark stage that we face in Dominica today. Good night and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green. And we need to clean the swamp and the house. We need to clean the house of these corrupt guys. Their actions have you very concerned. And as I look tonight, I can see the concerns on your faces. Many people around the country wants to know what is going on, because the passport is the property of every Dominican. So with us tonight is a young man from the Roseau Valley constituency who feels your pain, who has his concern as an entrepreneur, and he is here to share with you a few words. Put your hands together for Mr. Loftus Duran, ladies and gentlemen.
I Fellow Dominicans, good evening. Brothers and sisters, good evening to you all. As I stand before you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I must give words my feeling. Because it cannot be, ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a country where our freedom, our rights is under attack, ladies and gentlemen. And it's high time now that this Labour Party, headed by Roosevelt Skerrit, ladies and gentlemen, need to understand that we Dominicans deserve much better representation than this. Mr. George said in his welcome statement that government has lost authority to govern this country. I will add to his statement, ladies and gentlemen, that this government has certainly lost its legitimacy to continue to govern this country, ladies and gentlemen. This government, ladies and gentlemen, is surrounded in a cloud of secrecy, and no more can we tolerate, ladies and gentlemen, that level of secrecy that this government exhibit on a daily basis, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot be living in a democratic country when questions are asked of our leaders that they basically shut us up and pay no mind. This must stop. And we want to send a clear message tonight, this government, that this must stop. It is high time that we in Dominica continue to give ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, the regional and international press as to the situation that we are faced with on a daily basis in Dominica. Because you realize the turnaround, the turnabout that this regime has had now as it relates to the exposure that we got on this CBS program, ladies and gentlemen. So I think this effort must continue. Let them say, yes, we are exposing our dirty linen in the public. But where else can we expose it, ladies and gentlemen, when they are not hearing us, ladies and gentlemen? Finally, I am of the firm conviction that action is what is needed. The talk is over. Action is what is needed, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, it only takes a spark to get a fire going, ladies and gentlemen. And that spark begins with you. It begins with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duran. And again, the people, the power is in the people, not the people in power, right? I'm not sure if I get it right. But you are the people that have the power. And you are the patriots of this country. So when you say it is enough, it is enough. And your government cannot be a business of secrecy. What the government does, every Dominican should know by right. That's your fundamental right. So we are beginning to exercise that right. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Workers' Party Team Dominica are made up of competent men and women. And one of the very competent men comes from the constituency of Maho. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to put your hands together and welcome Honorable Felix Thomas to address you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Happy New Year to you all. And as usual, greetings from the Maho constituency. Brothers and sisters, I feel good to be here. But I feel bad at the same time, brothers and sisters. As a true patriot, as a true citizen of this country, and early in this year, for us to be there trying to keep our government in check is not good, brothers and sisters. Our country has been sliding downhill, not just on a slippery slope anymore, but we are sliding on boulders and we are crashing, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, we are at the point when we have to ask ourselves, are we free or are we unfree? Are we free? Are you free? Well, I want to tell you tonight that you are free. And you are free to come out anytime to say we have to stop and regain that country. We have to stop and we have to demonstrate. Right now, I'm ready for you all to come with us to demonstrate and say we are free to come and say what is right for our country, brothers and sisters. What is going on now is nothing about the opposition spreading propaganda. You are free to know that what is going on is because of the actions and the bad decisions of one man and of the Labour Party, brothers and sisters. You are free to come and decide that for the future of this country, any day in the week or next month or even during Carnival, you can stand up and say, enough is enough, let's cut it off. And I'm telling you straight, brothers and sisters, I'm not inciting any violence. But this is time to shut this country down, brothers and sisters. It is time to shut this country down. We have hoodlums. We have persons who say that they hold high office and they do not conduct themselves properly, brothers and sisters. When those things were going on in the 70s, what did we get? There were strikes. Where are the civil societies? I mean, I'm telling you straight, I feel free to express myself like that tonight. And nobody's going to take that away from me. Don't let anybody take away that from you either, brothers and sisters. This is nonsense. So, brothers and sisters, let us look at our country not for what we can get from the Labour Party. Labour rights, freedom rights, I'm calling on you. I'm telling you something. This is not about Lennox Linton and the rest of his colleagues in the United Workers' Party. We are colleagues. We are not comrades. We don't belong to no cabal. And let me tell you something. We are able and we are capable of leading this country to its better future and to prosperity, brothers and sisters. It is time this government go. The United Workers' Party is the party that always tell you that people come first and let no one put anything different in your mind. You have lived it. I, at my young age, can tell you that I've seen it, I've understood it. And I'm telling you straight, brothers and sisters, misery, that's all we get in. Do you know something right now? The Labour Party candidates and ministers were all elected. And they have a cabinet of about 16, 18 plus ministers with a few senators who were not elected, they were appointed. I'm a senator in the House, but I put my 2 feet in and went up for election. I got more votes than Roosevelt Skerritts in Dominica. I have a right to come and tell you what we should be doing too. I have a right to sit in the parliament and represent you, brothers and sisters. Do you know, not one of these ministers in that cabinet can come and say and defend anything good in the interest of our passports? None of them. None of them have the decency to come and say what is going on is wrong. Let's just rewind. last year about this time, we had a meeting concerning economic citizenship and investment. United Workers' Party has always supported the economic citizenship program. But we are against the selling of our passports, diplomatic passports, to crooks and criminals, brothers and sisters. We were in Layu last year showing how money from sales of passports went down the Layu River with an uncompleted Layu River hotel, brothers and sisters. No jobs for people. No jobs for the people of St. Joseph. No jobs for the farmers. Do you know there was a journalist from the Huffington Post, an international journalist, who came down and declared way Skerrit and them. Money in Panama, money in England, all kind of business. Do you recall what Skerrit did and the Labour Party? They had a big meeting in St. Joe. I dare them tonight or next week to come and have a big meeting to talk about CBS program and 60 Minutes and the 27 little words that Lennox Linton spoke about. Just the truth. I dare them to come and do it. Brothers and sisters, I'll say it again, that you are free. You are free to converse. You are free to speak to your fellow neighbor. I want you to go out tonight and tomorrow to continue to discuss those issues that are burning our nationhood. That is a woodance in our country. So brothers and sisters, I want to say good night. I want to tell you, let us keep the faith. Let us keep shielding our country. Let's keep fighting for what is right. Have a good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from Felix Thomas. Enough is enough. It's time for action. We need righteousness and justice in our government. And if we have crooked men in government, we have to take them out. And it's simple as that. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say good night to our fellow Dominican brothers and sisters in the diaspora. A few of them will be joining us tonight as long as we can get the technology to work effectively. So we will bear that in mind if they are listening. Miss Adelaide Paul, Dr. Dangleben, and Gabriel Christian. If you are listening, get close to your computer, get close to Skype. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we have a powerful woman in our midst, and she comes from the lovely village of St. Joseph. I would like you to bid welcome to Honorable Monel Williams from the St. Joseph constituency.
Workers! Are you there? Patriots, are you there? Dominicans, you there? Brothers and sisters, tonight it's a sober night. Because tonight, enough is enough. I want you to say it with me. Send a clear message to Roosevelt Skerrit and the Dominica Labour Party. Tonight, enough is enough. Enough of selling our passports to crooks and criminals. Enough of using the money to buy elections. Enough of all of the corruption. Enough of everything that you have done to the Dominican people. Tonight we stand. Tonight we stand for a better Dominica. Tonight I stand with the firm belief that change is still a must. Do you believe that change is a must? And tonight, more than ever, I am convinced in my spirit that the election they stole has not, will not, and will never serve them well. We're giving them rope so they can hang themselves, and it is happening. The will of God will never take you well. The grace of God will not protect you. And tonight, the grace of God is with the United Workers' Party and every right-thinking Dominican in this land. We're seeing what is going on. And tonight my message is not just for those of you who are standing here in this gathering. It is for the laborites within the sound of my voice. It is for the men and women who sit in parliament, who ought to uphold the law, who ought to defend the poor and the helpless of this country, who have taken it on their backs to drive us further and further into poverty. And we think that it is okay, but it is not okay. It can never be okay when one man has to build you your toilet. Where's our pride? What happened to our pride? What happened to the hard-working Dominican men and women of before? Our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, Bala and Jacko must be turning in their graves because we were once proud and hard-working and independent. Were we not? Today we stand at the mercy of Roosevelt Skerrit and the Dominica Labour Party. I want to pay my bill, Roosevelt Skerrit. My light court, Roosevelt Skerrit. I want a toilet, Roosevelt Skerrit. My child needs to go to school, Roosevelt Skerrit. My rent need to pay, Roosevelt Skerrit. Such a shame. What have happened to the hard-working people of this country? What happened to pride, dignity? What happened to earning your bread? It has been a systematic destruction of everything that we once stood up for, that the Dominica Labour Party has inflicted on our backs, that has brought us to our knees. But we are broken, but we are not dead. We are dung, but we will rise again. Tonight, we say to Roosevelt Skerrit, the Dominica Labour Party, and all the defenders of criminal activities in this country, we are taking our Dominica back. It is our Dominica. The power in people is still greater than the people in power. So tonight, I want you to stand up for yourself. If not for yourself, mothers and fathers out there, stand up for your children. Stand up for your grandchildren, because if you do not stand today, there will not be a Dominica to stand for them. Roosevelt Skerrit will not stand for your child. He will strip away their dignity and put them on the NEP, as if $800 a month can sustain a young man or a young woman. $800 that is usually late. While he sells all of our citizenship, my citizenship. I am Dominican, birthed and proud. And I have made my contribution to the Dominican society. I have spent my dollar. I have topped up my phone. I have bought groceries in this country. I have spent more than $250,000 in this country. And this is what our passports are being sold for. $250,000 of people who will never enjoy our country like we do. My birthright, my heritage is being sold across the world. And I sit here in a Dominica that is struggling. Agriculture, the backbone of our economy, has been bent, broken, brought to its knees. And the hard-working farmers now have to climb the steps of the financial center and say, I cannot pay my rent. I cannot pay my light bill. Oh, what a shame, Dominicans. Labor rights, are you hearing me? It is a shame. It's an indictment on the people of this country. And tonight, Roosevelt Skerrit, you've done enough, and we are tired. It is time for you and your cabal to resign. Leave us alone. Raise the bar. We need to bring back a Dominica where our people can be hardworking and proud, where our young men can go to auto trade and buy themselves a brand new vehicle. And that is the Dominica that I want for you. But you have to want it for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. The United Workers' Party, the Team Dominica, 21 candidates alone will not do it. It is your responsibility, every single one of you, your responsibility to take back your Dominica. Tonight, are you ready to take back Dominica? Are you ready to give the United Workers' Party a chance to make Dominica great again? So I tell you to rise. Rise, Dominica, rise. We call for your resignation, Roosevelt Skerrit. And if we don't get it by the hook, we're going to get it by the crook. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the woman power. within the United Workers' Party, passionate and truthful. Ladies and gentlemen, poverty, by its own definition, is a man-made crime. And poverty, as we see it now in Dominica, is the doing of the Labour Party led by Roosevelt Skerrit. And while our industries and our agriculture and our tourism is going down, these guys are spending all their times in association with international crooks and criminals. And we have to sit by and watch like spectators in our country. We say that time is over, ladies and gentlemen. That time is over. It's time to take back our country. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, Wesley is in the house. And let's hear you welcome the Honorable Ezekiel Basil from Wesley.
My mic is on, right?
Workers, workers, brothers and sisters, this is serious business. This is serious business. We are losing this country. We are losing this country. And by any means necessary, we must take our country back. Wesley, Woodford Hill and Palm Tree, good evening to you. Mr. Sentami, I know that he is listening. He said, ensure you tell me good night because I cannot move and I'll be listening from 5 o'clock this afternoon. So I know he's listening. Good evening to you, sir. It's a lovely crowd here tonight. And the size of the crowd here tonight indicates to me that the people of Dominica are serious about taking their country back. I'm going to tell you something. It is now or never. It is now or never. And I say to you all, a very good evening. Brothers and sisters, as elected parliamentary representative of Wesley, Woodford Hill and Palm Tree, following the 2014 general election, I decided to give this thing a new twist of management. And as a result, I decided to engage this government in a different style. You're not hearing me much? I engaged them in a different style. I decided I don't want you all to complain and say that I'm derailing your gain. So I'm giving you 2 years. I wrote to this government, I emailed this government, I engaged this government in a number of talks, ladies and gentlemen. But I'll tell you, after 2 years of doing that, ladies and gentlemen, you look at the state of the Wesley constituency. I can now firmly conclude, brothers and sisters, that this government is disrespectful because they do not respond to letters. This government is dishonest, brothers and sisters, because they misrepresent the facts that they have before them. This government is lazy because they get nothing done. This government is illegal. We have seen them harboring criminals from time to time, contrary to international protocol. This government is incompetent, brothers and sisters, because they get nothing done. This government, brothers and sisters, is corrupt because they allow the word corruption to look bad. In summarizing this government, I will tell you, they are lazy and they are corrupt. Brothers and sisters, in 2017, we cannot afford a lazy and incompetent and corrupt government, so we must get rid of them. We must get rid of them. Just last week, brothers and sisters, and I want to just tell you something about this government in the Wesley constituency. Last week, the Labour Party government gave a release and they asked them whether they were neglecting the Wesley Woodford Hill constituency. Their representative took the time to respond, and she said, we have renovated the Woodford Hill Primary School. We have changed the roof, we changed the doors. We renovated the snack room. But brothers and sisters, all of that is renovation. And let me tell you tonight, there was part renovation on the Wesley School. She went further. She said, well, under the NEP, we have engaged 40 persons and 2 of them received permanent employment. After 2 years,
That is all this Labour Party could speak about in the Wesley constituency. I say that's a disgrace, that's a shame, and the Wesley constituents have decided that not that we will win Wesley, but this government must go. This government must go, brothers and sisters. I say to you, brothers and sisters, that I want to remind this lazy government of what we have been asking of them. We have been asking of them, brothers and sisters, to repair the farm roads. Repair the farm roads, brothers and sisters, and that is in writing, and they neglected that. We asked them to repair the village roads, especially the village roads in Woodford Hill, and this lazy government neglected that. We have asked them to improve the state of agriculture so that farmers in this country and the constituency can have a better life of what they're doing. Instead, they have decided to sell fertilizer to a battled industry, to sell spray oil to the farmers who cannot afford to feed themselves. I am saying the farmers must stand up around this country and they must say, no, you cannot be taking the CBI money and playing hoops away and making with it. And when you finish, you turn around and say to the farmers that they must buy fertilizer to now maintain the industry that you allowed to go under. The farmer should say, no, take the fertilizer and don't pay for it. Take this spray oil and don't pay for it. It's unfair. And I ask you farmers who are here and those who are hearing my voice to stand up against that. We have asked them, brothers and sisters, to transport the Wesley Woodford Hill Palm Tree school children to the state college like they're doing for La Plaine. They have refused and they have neglected that. We have asked them to fence the Wesley and Woodford Hill Primary School. They neglected that. But brothers and sisters, I won't go on because the list is long. And I can surely say to you that I have documents to show that I have made the request and I will be dealing with them come 2017. Tonight, brothers and sisters, I take the opportunity, brothers and sisters, to speak on behalf of the Wesley Woodford Hill constituency to the Honorable Lennox Linton, a distinguished leader, brothers and sisters. The people of Wesley, Woodford Hill, and Palm Tree have asked me to say to Lennox Linton that we are fully behind him, contrary to what this Carrot Cabal is saying. We are fully behind him. This man commands the respect locally, and he commands the respect internationally, whether Labour Party like it or not. And we are fully behind him. We will continue, brothers and sisters. We will continue to support him. The Honorable Lennox Linton, brothers and sisters, continued over the years to warn this country about the element threat, brothers and sisters, that existed in the handling of the sale of our passport and the issuing of diplomatic position by this government. No one took heed. No one listened. But my deceased mother told me, if you cannot hear, you must feel. If you cannot hear, you must feel. So what you think? They were not listening to Honorable Linton. So they will feel, brothers and sisters, they will feel. The Honorable Linton, brothers and sisters, and the United Workers' Party have launched a campaign of awareness with respect to the dangers of the CBI, the way it happened in the CBI program. We warned them that it was flawed. We warned them it would hurt Dominicans. We warned them that it would be Dominicans who are going to other visas in the USA and Canada that would suffer. We warned them, brothers and sisters. They did not listen. We used the radio program, television, newspapers. We warned them, they did not listen. What happened in return? We were vilified as the opposition, insulted, disrespected, accused of not wanting good for this country. The only thing they did not do, brothers and sisters, was to engage the opposition. Lazy. They're scared to engage us because we have the brain. We have the brains. They don't want to look bad. They're shame that the opposition will put them in the shade, so they refuse to engage us. What is happening today, brothers and sisters? What is happening today? The situation is, brothers and sisters, the United Workers' Party did not sell passports in recent times. We are not the one who issued the diplomatic positions to the crooks and vagabonds and to get kickbacks. We are not the one who engaged the shady characters. We are not the one who were harboring diplomatic criminals in Dominica. Brothers and sisters, if we were not the one who was doing that, who was doing that? So who were the one that's the enemy of Dominica? The Labour Party. The Labour Party is the total enemy of the Commonwealth of Dominica. But I'm going to close. And in closing, I'm going to tell you something. The action of this government is threatening the electoral system in Dominica. And I'm going to tell you why I say that. Effective December 2016, just last month, and I'm winding up, just last month, there were new regulations issued by this government with respect to the CBI program, and they did that in Segue. People were not aware of that. Let me tell you 3 things about the new regulations, brothers and sisters. 1, individuals under the CBI program who obtain citizenship could apply for the dependents when their dependents were 25 years and under. Last month, Labour Party say, let's widen the scope for the voters to come into Dominica. It is now 28 years and under. They went further, brothers and sisters. And prior to December, a CBI citizen could apply for citizenship for his dependents who were his parents or grandparents, but they had to be 65 years and over, similar to a retirement age. Right now, brothers and sisters, they have dropped it to 55 years. So they again has widened the gap, more voters on our list. If they can lessen the age to 55 years, my question is, why can't Social Security pay our pensioners at 55 years? Wicked government. Further, and last I will say about this regulation, brothers and sisters. Last I say about this regulation. Newborn children could come in as dependents, and they would pay $10,000 US. Right now, you will pay $2,000 US. All this government has done is to widen the scope to bring more citizens in. So one of these days, when I get up, a Chinese man or someone from the Middle East will be the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Let us take it over now and stop this nonsense. I look towards you for the support. I thank you. Love you, Dominica.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the power of the United Workers' Party and the Wesley constituency. Batting like Brian Lara tonight, ladies and gentlemen. But tonight we have with us some of our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, and we have online waiting to speak to you with love, with affection, and with deep concern for our beautiful country. And I would like you to make welcome Miss Adelaide Paul, as she uses the next 10 minutes to speak to you on what she fears and what she feels for this beautiful country. Make her feel welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, Dominica. Good evening, Dominicans at home. Good evening in the diaspora, all our diasporans. Good evening. I join you in solidarity as a true Dominican. We are Dominica. We are Dominica. We are Dominica. My fellow Dominicans, the time has come to take a stand. A stand for our children. A stand for the sweat of our forefathers. A stand for us. It matters not where you or I live. It matters not where you stand. It matters not what color you are. Blue, red, green, yellow. What matters now is unity, Dominicans. Dominicans, I want us to stop right now and think about what we have. We are a sovereign nation. We are Dominicans. Dominica, we have to rise, Dominica. We have to take back our country, Dominica. I am from the town of Portsmouth. I look at my town that I'm from, and I see a town, a place with so much potential, so much God-given potential. There is no reason today that Portsmouth should not have a yacht marina, that we should not have a proper cruise ship berth, having 3, 4, 5 ships dock at once. I remember a time, Dominicans, when our ports were so busy and hucksters did not know how many boats, which boat to use, because there were so many boats in the harbor. Young men were going overseas, coming back. There were the people who were independent, Dominica. Dominicans, people from Portsmouth especially, I appeal to you. There is a saying, I was born labor, I will die Catholic. Let's put that aside. Look at the people in charge of this administration. Look at them. They are from Portsmouth. This is the time that Portsmouth should be booming, that Dominica should be booming. And look at the condition of the place. Look at the condition of an island. How long? How long are we going to have one person and as one set of people, Dominicans, enjoy the spoils and give you pittance, Dominicans? The young people should be employed. The farmers' roads should be accessible. We are an agricultural country. Why don't we have more industries? Why do we need to live off of handouts while a select few enjoy the spoils? Dominica, we have to unite. We must unite. We must stop the sale of our diplomatic passports, especially the sale of our God-given passports, our birthright. It has to stop and it needs to be re-examined. Dominicans, don't take this for granted. There will come a time when you won't be able to travel because of what these people are doing. Yesterday was Montferred. Last year was Angie Lapsang. Who else? How many more are there going to be before we take a stand? We must take a stand. We must come together, Dominica. Whether you're in the diaspora, whether you're in Dominica, we do it together. And I know that there is a stigma for the diasporans because it is said that diasporans put carrots on the backs of the Dominicans at home and they turn their backs. But we never turned our back. There is a set who have never turned their backs. We are there with you. We rise with you. We suffer with you. We feel with you. And we want Dominica back the same way with you. Dominicans, remember, it doesn't matter where you're from, who you support, Labour, Freedom, UWP, PAPI, I don't care which height you are. We need to come together because this is the only way that we're going to take Dominica to the place that we know it can go. Give it the potential that it can always have, Dominica. Thank you, Dominicans. Thank you for listening. Let's come together and work together to get Dominica back on track. Thank you so much. I love you, Dominica. Let's fight for our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we identify with this young lady. Let's hear it for her. And her village man is there. Her countryman is also in the house. JJ.
Yes. Good evening. I want to send a special thank you to the diaspora, Miss Paul Adelaide, for sharing the sentiments and being with us in this very vital time, my brothers and sisters. As she said, what we need is unity. The people from Portsmouth, we need to be on board as well. My brothers and sisters, I'm not scheduled to speak this evening, but just let me leave one message with you. I've learned that if you have a problem and you fail to deal with it in time, it will grow into a monster which you cannot control. This is the time to deal with the monster before it grows to 7 heads and we cannot control it. My brothers and sisters, we must stand up and be counted. We need to get our country back in right track so that you and I can benefit from Dominica. My brothers and sisters, good evening, and thanks again for coming.
Let's hear it for JJ. And with me tonight to assist in the program is a voice that you hear all the time. Welcome, So-So.
Good night, good night, good night, everyone. Remember, we are gathered here as Dominicans. Tonight is not about party, we are Dominicans. So I want to thank you for coming, and those in the diaspora, we welcome them. When I say change is coming, respond, they have to go. Or just say, they must go. I want to hear you. You have to respond, they must go. Change is coming. Change is coming. Change is coming. Change is coming. That is how Dominicans have to react for their country. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. And at this time, brothers and sisters, a man who has stood up for his constituency, Bowie. Let me give you a little story. Prime Minister wanted him to work as communications minister because of his hard working effort. Brothers and sisters, I welcome to the podium Honorable Hector Spags John.
Linton, the champion. Linton, the champion. Linton, the champion. Linton, the champion. Linton. 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 Good night, ladies and gentlemen. How are you feeling tonight? Nice, nice, nice. I bring you greetings from the constituency of Salisbury, Kulibistri, and Monowache. But tonight, I'm not going to be long. But we're just going to speak some facts. Right? Because, brothers and sisters, today, in Antigua, the people of Antigua didn't wait for the opposition UPP. They took to the streets against Gaston Brown. What are you going to do against Roosevelt Skerrit? Are you waiting for the United Workers' Party? Are you waiting for the bank to take your house? Are you waiting for them to arrest you in an international airport anytime? These are the questions you have to ask yourselves, brothers and sisters. You heard Adelaide Paul. Last year it was NG Lapsing. NG Lapsing will be going before the court in May of this year. You forget NG Lapsing was cutting cake with 4 fellas. They arrested them and 1 man missing. Monferre was cutting cake. Monferre was cutting cake with somebody else. MyDominica.com. It looked like my partner liked to cut cake. And everybody he cutting cake with, they're arresting them. So I am not going to cut cake with him. No. But brothers and sisters, people of Dominica, we tired stand there or sit by and say, let them do what they want. You have your children in your house. You'll correct them and correct them. And when they do it, if they don't do it, you'll give them a beating. Right? How can you vote a man 5 years after 5 years after 5 years, and still give him a chance? Your bank book empty. You still give him a chance? Simeon was a big man under United Workers' Party in 1995. Simeon Albert. Now Simeon Albert is a little boy in the Labour Party. Am I lying? But these people want to come out here and behave like house slaves and have people like Tony Estefans, Gregor Nassif, Rupert Sorrento, them like little boys. Boys, I was raised in Salisbury. My parents taught me to work for what is mine. But the government had to create the enabling environment. And if the government is not doing right, you have to vote them out. You got to tell me, for 17 years, you're still waiting for handouts? 17 years, you're still waiting for plywood? 17 years, you're still waiting for scholarship? Okay, more people have a scholarship. But now you have the opportunity to ensure that you move your country in the right direction. Brothers and sisters, Dominicans, this is our time. Let us take back our country. Brothers and sisters, you don't observe something? Since CBS 60 Minutes on January 1st, the captain is here, where CBS destroyed the remote control. All of a sudden, Red Cliff on wheels, all of a sudden. But all that, you have to thank Linton, the champion. You said that Linton don't know anybody. Linton is a novice. He never traveled. You know everybody will get money everywhere. But Linton, one little CBS, 1 minute on CBS, that killing you. And he spoke the truth. They cannot deny what Linton said. Linton didn't say anything bad about Dominica. So if you're washing your clothes in your house, don't wash, go take water. Your clothes, I'm dirty still. Take it from the washing machine, still dirty. Where have you going to wash it? In the river. So you bring your dirty linen outside. We were in Parliament. We asked questions. The Minister of Foreign Affairs said no. That is secret. So what do you expect us to do? Go to the public and let them know that we are asking questions on their behalf and the government will not give us answers. We did nothing wrong, brothers and sisters. We are there in the interest of the people of the Commonwealth of Dominica. You can be red, blue, yellow, pink, I don't care. But since you're Dominican, the United Workers' Party stand on your side. Brothers and sisters, they ask for evidence. God is a good God, you know. We had that meeting planned for today. Another evidence covered yesterday. They pick him up in Dominican Republic, send him to Cuba, to Moscow, and back to Iran. A man, you know, they had in Dominica hiding. They said that they canceled his passport. But did you cancel the man's passport? Why you have it in your possession? I know when they cancel your passport, they give it back to you. You understand what I'm saying? So who are they trying to fool? Brothers and sisters, something important came out on the Curacao Chronicle. They said that they held Montferrat with a diplomatic passport from Dominica and another ordinary passport. And they didn't lie. The ordinary passport number is R009781. 1009718, and it was issued on the 4th of September 2014. Brothers and sisters, they want facts, we'll give them facts. And last but not least, because I'm a member of Parliament, I have the privilege to have a diplomatic passport. And when I became leader of the opposition, I was given a diplomatic passport. And my diplomatic passport was issued on the 14th of October 2010. And the number was DP 0000259. It expired somewhere in 2015. And I renewed my diplomatic passport. And it was issued on the 11th of January 2016. And the number is DP 0000486. Between my two diplomatic passports, 227 diplomatic passports were issued. Who have these diplomatic passports? And I will be asking in Parliament. I am sending a message to Francine Baron and Roosevelt Skerrit that the people of Dominica would like to know who are the bearers or the holders of the 227 passports. People of Dominica, I want you all to stand up. I want you all to challenge the power reps. I want you all to challenge the government. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Linton, the champion. Linton, the champion. Linton, the champion. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
How you feeling? Dominica, are you there? Ladies and gentlemen, another son of the soil, working hard for a living and cares deeply about Dominica, will join us now from the diaspora. At this point, I want you to make welcome, in a big way, Dr. Dale Dangleben, as he reach out to you in solidarity. Thank you very much.
Good evening, brothers and sisters of Dominica. I hope you can hear me. Sorry I cannot be with you in person. Hello? Sorry we cannot be here with you in person, but we stand with you in solidarity. These have been some sad days for Dominica. Dominica is now sitting in the valley of the shadow of death and darkness. This is not about one person. This is about people. This is about country. This is not about political affiliation. And as my colleague said, it's not about blue, it's not about red, and it's not about green. It's about our country. It's about love for country. Many of us can stay up here and forget about Dominica, but we refuse to do that. We have refused to do that. This is about our people. You, every single one of you. It's about our culture and the traditions, the goodness that was Dominica while we were growing up. This is about morality. This is also about ethical integrity, which Dominica has lost. We must stand up with each other to represent the truth. And the time is now. You, the people, have the power. Roosevelt Skerrit thinks that he has the power, but the people has the power. We can no longer be asleep. We need to wake up. Power to the people. We are beyond accountability. We have asked for accountability. We marched to UN to ask for accountability for the corruption in Dominica, and we got no answers. The opposition went to the House and asked for accountability, and we got no answers. So we are beyond accountability. They have continued to sell your passports, your land, and your country, our country. Millions of dollars lying in their pockets, and none of that money get into the treasury. I say foolish ones, shame on them. Foolish twice, shame on every single one of us for taking it over and over again without standing up. They have become a multi-million. While agriculture has died, fisheries has died, there is no healthcare in Dominica. I came down and I stated that, and I got fired for it. There is no economy in Dominica. Disease, diabetes, high blood pressure are rampant. People are dying, preventable deaths. This is just lies and empty promises. Unfinished hotels all over the island. This is all part of what we call a Ponzi scheme. It's money laundering. They're using Dominica and the Dominican passport to launder money on the international market. I stand with you tonight. The diasporan stands with you tonight for a better future, better health care, better education, and more jobs. That's what you want. You want an economy. You don't want a red clinic. You don't want an NEP. You want to work. You want to work hard for what you have. That's what Dominica has always been about. We want better education. We are not a country of beggars. Dominicans never begged. Skerrit turned us into beggars. And like Skerrit once told everyone in Dominica in a public forum, he says, go to hell. It's our time to tell him, go to hell. It's our time to tell him, go to hell. It's time, and we are calling for the resignation of Roosevelt Skerrit. The diasporans with integrity stand together with the people of Dominica, and we are looking for immediate inquiry to the whereabouts of all the money that belongs to you, the people of Dominica. We are also calling on the resignation of his entire cabinet because they condone this behavior. They have condoned the behavior of illegality. All the corruption that is going on by Roosevelt Skerrit is being condoned by his cabinet, so they must resign. Let us go back to what we were. We were great people. We were blessed people in a bountiful land. God gave us that land. Where is agriculture now? He gave us the sea. Where is fisheries right now? So let tomorrow be a new day for Dominica. If this diplomatic passport fiasco does not wake us up, we might as well take a shovel and bury Dominica. If we don't all stand up together tomorrow for a better Dominica and get rid of the corruption, we might as well all take a shovel and bury our country that was once great. So it's our time to rise up. The people is the power, and power to the people. The country is yours. It is yours to take it back. It is not Roosevelt Skerrit. It is not his cabinet. It is not the corrupted people who have bought your passports from all over the world. You have to take Dominica back. I will keep this brief. All I say to you is stand up for your right, stand up for what you believe in, destroy the corruption that has overtaken Dominica, take it back. Power to the people. God bless Dominica every day. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from the doctor, not the fake doctor, you know, the real doctor, who told you to tell Skerrit, go to hell, Dominica is our damn business. Can we say that together? Dominica is our damn business. Skerrit, go to hell, Dominica is our damn business. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome again, So.
Yes, man. Okay, brothers and sisters, we want to thank Brother Dale Dangebel for this enlightening speech. And you know, it is important that you remember that there are two ways that you can tender a resignation. One is voluntary, and the other one is involuntary. And you know what? It is always good to give people a chance to redeem themselves so that they can do that. So we're asking them to resign first, and failure to do so, the people's power will speak. So I want you to respond now to that call, because remember we started our little mantra tonight, and you have to say they must go. So change is coming. Change is coming. Change is coming. And they have to go now. Brothers and sisters, hailing from the Roseau Valley, we love him. We are not fed up with any of the Roseau parliamentary representatives. No, we are fed up with the one in the valley. Brothers and sisters, an attorney at law, Brother Ronald Charles, the president of this party.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
I heard my good friend from Salisbury said it this way: Linton champion, Linton champion. You know, ladies and gentlemen, let me say warm greetings to you tonight. Now, before I do that, let me say a good and warm evening to my people from Trafalgar. Are you here? Okay. The people from Loda, good evening. Mount Prosper, Wharton Waven, Cochrane, Coptall, good evening and welcome. Tonight, as many of the speakers have made it clear, it is serious business. And by the time I look at this, the crowd is massive. So I do know that time is near and change is coming to Dominica. We cannot continue to have this government continuously doing that to us. It's time for them to go. But before I do this, let me just say one thing for the Roseau Valley. Since 2014, we have been campaigning, we have been talking about it for our roads. Unfortunately, once or twice, God forbids, we have a landslide or something happens. But long before this, we've been asking for our roads to repair, for our roads to be fixed. And that, our parliamentary representative, Dr. Colin McIntyre, has failed us in this regard. The people of the Roseau Valley cannot wait for the next general election. But I suspect with what is happening now in Dominica, it will be sooner than later. And for sure, you see all these things that are happening now as it relates to diplomatic passport. Now, I am an attorney at law. I do understand the importance of such an important document. That diplomatic passport is no easy thing. First of all, to get it. To get it alone is a prestigious thing. So when fellas come and talk about it was canceled or that has happened and so forth, before you get it, serious due diligence must take place. And it's supposed to take place. And you're supposed to maintain that because it's a prestigious document. So now is the time. We're not going to turn back anymore. Now is the time for us to move forward. Now is the time to realize that our leader, Mr. Lennox Linton, has been under serious pressure. And everybody's saying, oh, he just like to talk. You know, it's just the workers, they don't have work to do and so forth. But now we're seeing the reality of when we speak and we speak out. And now is the time for us to stand up and say enough is enough. And it's time for Skerrit and this government to go. And we must take back Dominica. And you see all the people we have from overseas supporting the cause. This is no more joking business. This is time for us to put down our foot and say that Skerrit and this government must go. Ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence. So I'm not going to say too long, but all I'm going to say to you, this crowd that I'm seeing, they're sending a clear message. We love you. Continue to remain focused on the cause. And believe you me, Dominica will become our own again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the power is in the people. And tonight, Dominicans at home and abroad are coming together to say enough is enough. Are you ready for Gabriel Christian? Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's meeting was made possible by these resources that we have. And to make it more successful the next time and to keep the movement going, we also want you to make your little contribution. So as we're about to bring on Gabe, I would like you to look out for a Copel and a lady with a black hat, a blue hat, and make a contribution to the cause as we go forward with this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get set to bring on Mr. Gabriel, it is my duty and privilege to invite the Honorable Danny Lugay from the Roseau North. Roseau North is in the house. Put your hands together. More votes for? More votes for?
Dominica! The love of money is the root of all evil. But in the case of Dominica, the love of passport money is the root of all our evil. Agents sell their soul to keep it. Businessmen beg scared for it. Lawyers build luxury hotels with it, while ordinary Dominicans suck in salt without it. They say we washing our dirty linen in public. We try to wash our dirty linen in Parliament, our highest court in the land, and they shut us up and they put our leader out. Our distinguished leader tried to wash the dirty linen on DBS. Do you remember that? But the pit bull chased him out. So we're now washing our dirty linen in the Roseau River for all Dominicans and the world to see. We're washing our dirty linen on CBS 60 Minutes. We're washing our dirty linen on ABC, NBC, CNN, BBC. Wherever we will be guaranteed the cleanup of our dirty linen, we will wash our dirty linen there. Roseau North, good evening. Roseau Central, Salisbury, Marigot Rayou, Roseau South, La Plaine. Are you ready to take back your country? Well, listen to me. There was a time in the biblical era when one brother was starving and he sold his birthright for a bowl of lentil soup. We can excuse Esau for selling his birthright to Jacob because he was hungry. But today we have multi-millionaires filled with ravenous greed, selling our birthright, our passports, our citizenship for millions of dollars because their unquenchable appetite cannot be satisfied. These heartless passport hucksters, mostly lawyers, never stood a chance of making a decent living based on their law practice or their personal hard work. The Arab lawyer once called it treason. Do you remember that? So these lawyers who sit on the Independent Electoral Commission with the sole purpose of blocking electoral reform, when their actual mandate is supposed to facilitate electoral reform, but to protect their $1 million passport selling enterprise, despite the glaring conflict of interest staring us right in the face. These lawyers on the Electoral Commission are themselves hucksters of Dominica's sacred birthright, our passports, becoming multi-millionaires and announcing shamelessly launching of 5-star resorts with the proceeds of a national birthright, our passports, while Dominicans sit idly by. So tonight, I am calling for the immediate voluntary resignation of Alec Lawrence, Kondwani Williams, and Gerard Burton, who are the conflict of interest millionaire lawyers benefiting from a sale of Dominica's passports, while ensuring that not one voter ID card is issued in Dominica, nor will it be done before 2019, they say. Not one constituency list is cleaned up of illegal voters, while no party but the Labour Party has access to the national media. For these sins committed against the people of Dominica, you, Alec Lawrence, you, Kondwani Williams, and you, the chairman of the Electoral Commission, Gerard Burton, must immediately, voluntarily resign or face the national collective judgment of the Dominican electorate. Not satisfied with the multiple stealing of elections in Dominica, Roosevelt Skerrit and Levi Peters are now coming with shut-your-mouth legislation, a violation of our constitutional right to dissent in our democratic state. The Constitution of Dominica gives every Dominican the right to dissent and to demonstrate. This is our fundamental right. So tonight, I say to Levi Peters and Roosevelt Skerrit that your intention to bring to the Parliament of Dominica legislation to shut the people up or to infringe on our right to dissent will be met with the strongest resistance from the people of Roseau North and the people of Dominica. Unable to subdue the spirit of resistance of the Dominican people, Roosevelt Skerrit, like all dictators, is trying to make illegal that which is a fundamental right and freedom. The right of a people to demonstrate, the right of a people to protest, a fundamental right. But we will shut the parliament down. We will shut the parks down. We will shut the country down. This bloodthirsty dictator we will save this bloodthirsty dictator from himself. Gaddafi did not see his day coming. Saddam Hussein did not see his day coming. Noriega did not see his day coming. Chavez asked for a few more days when his day was about to come. So too Roosevelt Skerrit cannot see that his day has come. And so I call on the people of Dominica to stop these passport thieves and passport hucksters milking multiple millions from the sale of our ordinary and diplomatic passports. I call on the people of Dominica to fearlessly come out to the streets and to our parliaments with pots and pans in hand to stop these bloodthirsty politicians and high-powered lawyers benefiting from the sale of our birthright. From the estimates of revenues from the sale of Dominican passports, excluding the sale of diplomatic passports, more than $1 billion should be in the government treasury. But that money is not there. We should not be asking for outside help after Erica. Nurses should not be walking home after the night shift. The Lindo Park project must be completed with CBI money. The Charles Avenue Road leading to the hospital must be completed. The time is now or never. Your children will not forgive you if you don't start now. Stop the madness right now. Do it for your children. Do it for yourself. Do it for your country. God bless you all. God bless Dominica.
Thank you, Brother Luge. And as our diasporian brothers continue to contribute to the discussion, we have online now Dr. Gabriel Christian, a man who wants to see Dominica go forward. Brother Christian, welcome. Okay, we are having a little technical glitch, so we... Gebu, if you can hear us, can you stop please, because we're not hearing you through the audio. Dr. Christian. Anyway, brothers and sisters, we have to continue this meeting. Remember, our mantra is, they must go. For letting the farmers suffer, for letting the nurses and the teachers suffer, for letting the youth suffer, for letting Dominicans suffer. Oh my God. While we experience this technical glitch, we just want to bring a brother to say something in Creole for you. A guy you know very well from Granby. Welcome to the podium, Handbag. Give him a round of applause, Handbag. Yes. Good evening, everybody. Welcome, man. Welcome. We don't need a big crowd, you know. We just need a few. And we're taking the Mr. out. Mr. is a joker. Let me tell you something. Okay, this one you part to one time. Let me tell you something. When the man was... Okay, in a minute.
Okay, brothers and sisters. Hand back everywhere. Right now, brothers and sisters, let's hear it for Gebu in the diaspora. Welcome, Dr. Christian. Gabriel Christian. Welcome, brother.
We continue to experience some difficulties. We are seeing Gabe live, but the audio is not coming through. So while we wait that the audio come through, Handbag will speak to us. Handbag, let's hear you.
I don't know how it's supposed to be tonight. No problem. But let me just say something quite and fast. When is Lennox, all the police run to the house, but we are the criminal right in the country.
Can you hear us now?
And nobody... Yes,
Can you hear us now? Well, brothers and sisters, the government has all their experts and agents working against us, and they're operating at their National Intelligence Unit to frustrate Dominicans in pursuit of their freedoms. But Dominicans, we shall have liberty, and we shall be free from this criminal enterprise that is posing as a government. Do you believe me? Yes. Do you believe us? Yes. This is what we need to do. We need to demand that the government of Dominica resigns because it has on too many occasions been a good custodian of Dominica's national interest. Within the past 6 months, we've had several arrests, and recently we had the 60 Minutes report. What did that 60 Minutes report teach us? It taught us that the eyes of the world was on Dominica because Dominica's government was appointing mobsters, crooks, criminals, and thieves to represent us in the international community. My brothers and sisters, dearly beloved, we give thanks to the United Workers' Party and Lennox Linton, Dr. Fontaine, and all the other great leaders. Respect Assistant Superintendent Nicholas George, super. We give thanks to Dr. Christian and Johnson Boston and all those folks. We give thanks to Dr. Dale Dangelman, a brave doctor, a real patriot. We give thanks to Adelaide Paul, a great member of the Dominicans for Democracy movement. And we give great thanks to all the Dominicans online and all over the world who are standing for Dominica. I want to introduce to you a small group who came to the office this evening. We have here the former commandant of the Cadet Corps, Major Francis Richards. Yeah. We have here from Bagatelle, Brother Mo Fontaine. Salaman. And we have here Brother Stephen Bertrand. And we want to tell you something, you may not have heard it earlier. It's an old song that we always sang when we were children in National Day. Pakite yo po Dominic Hodnu. Pakite yo po Dominic Hodnu. What that means is, don't let them take Dominica from us. Where is our economy? We have no economy. They've destroyed agriculture. They've destroyed light industry. The tourism industry is on its last legs in many respects. Hotel occupancy is low. It takes a long time to get to Dominica by air. And instead of focusing on the imperatives of economic development, instead of partnering with folks who are honest and decent, the government of Dominica is partnering with mobsters and crooks. Let me explain, brothers and sisters. If Prime Minister Skerritt had spent one iota of the time that he has spent chasing mobsters all over the world to give him monies on Dominica's development priorities, we would not be where we are. In 2015, we had a storm. When that storm came, we rallied in Dominica's defense, did we not? Yes, did we not come together here? That's right. We did, and we collected food, we collected clothing, we collected medical supplies, all of us here, and sent it to Dominica. We asked the government of Dominica go ahead and do a national development conference. They did nothing. We asked the government of Dominica to cooperate with us to help build the country. They did nothing. Instead, we ended up on 60 Minutes on January 1st. And we ended up in the eyes of the world in the worst way. And yesterday, the bombshell, the Iranian agent, Mr. Monfarid, who was hiding in Dominica, being hidden by the government of Dominica, was arrested. He stole $2.9 billion from the country of Iran. And that was the kind of person that the government of Dominica chose to appoint as an ambassador on our behalf. How do we look? We look terrible. It's shameful. And if we have any decency, if we have any pride, if we have any courage, we'll work with the United Workers' Party, we'll work with those in the Freedom Party, we'll work with the trade union movement, we'll work with the students, we'll work with the farmers, we'll work with the business people, we'll work with our people overseas, and we will move Dominica forward, and we will demand that the government resign. What do we want? Resignation. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Resignation. When do we want it? Now. And we are saying to you in Dominica that we will join with you to help move Dominica forward once we clear the blockage that they represent. This government represents a blockage in the road. They are incompetent, they are not sincere, and they in fact threaten the national security of Dominica and our allied nations by the persons with whom they have consorted. And so I very say to you, all Dominicans with destiny, they have a duty to help our country. They have a duty to stand together with those of us overseas, those of us in Dominica, working hand in hand, just like we're going to do right here, right now, my friends. Major Richards, if you can. Mr. Bertrand, we want to be able to stand as one solid, indestructible bond to help our country move forward from under the tyranny of Roosevelt's carrot and his kleptocratic regime. We want freedom, and we want it now. We want progress, and we want it now. What do we want? Resignation. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Resignation. When do we want it? Now. And we are asking for the immediate resignation of the government and the institution of a transitional government made up of government folks who are honest and sincere, the opposition, and civil society, at which time a commission inquiry can take place under a regime that is lawful, transparent, and accountable. Because if this government were to do a commission inquiry, it's a sham because you cannot have the rat guarding the cheese. If you have the rat guarding the cheese, what do you have? Eat up the cheese. That's correct. Dominique, Pakite, Gugomasa, Kuyonenu. Dominique, Pakite, Gugomasa, Kuyonenu. Am I correct? Yeah.
So I am pas de jamais comprendre en jour de fini pour me la double quand 17 la dire so là mon gars faut continuer de so là faut pas même à dormir faut pas en la rue là faut bloquer le gouvernement là faut depuis il parti mon savi parti à l'Angleterre mon gars tout ça qu'a fait à Dominique. Mon gars m'a dit qu'il ne faut pas laisser retourner un pays là pour gouverner encore. La prochaine fois qu'il retourne, c'est pour répondre toutes ces causes-là, ces dommages-là, il fera. Comme ça, mon gars m'a dit tout dominicien. Pour tout le monde en solidarité. Les barrières, mon gars, bouiller les autres. Parce que ce qu'il ce n'est pas vraiment les barrières. Ce qu'il quand on va une qui pour l'intérêt, il y a du bout comme les barrettes en non les parti pour ça détruire pays là et puis pour tout ça pays là ni pour quoi et puis zamine ou quoi c'est ici à monter pour les soya vous devez pas coucher mais non on va pas dormir on est pour là on soit là pour tout avec ces frères là avec autres en solidarité pour nous voir qui monsieur Scarit nous appuyer Scarit pour Scarit arrêter Dominique. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Monsieur Bertrand, merci di Monomic Opilipa.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mervyn Steve Bertrand. I was a law enforcement officer in the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force. I know a lot of you all do remember me. At this time, I would like to call on my brothers and sisters of the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force And I'm sure I have Mr. Nicholas George, who was my commander. Definitely, he's definitely going to support my statement. I'm begging of you to help, and I'm not talking about the United Workers' Party, and I'm not talking about Dominica Freedom Party. I'm talking about the collective efforts of Dominicans. I'm asking for the police to ground their arms. If the police ground their arms, the Prime Minister can no longer have security. I'm not calling for any harm to the Prime Minister, but I'm calling on the police to ground their arms. The civil servants, I'm requesting of you, call in sick. Don't show up for work. Parents protest. Don't send your kids to school. I'm begging of you, we need to take our country back. Today is the 26th of January 2017. If you dip in your pockets right now, you may have a wallet, a receipt, but do you have any money in your pocket? If you ask Skerrit, how much does he have at this point of time? He may tell you millions or even billions. What do you have, Dominicans? We need to take a stand right now. We need to take a stand. You may say that we're on Skype and we're here with a few guys in the United States. And if you actually revolt against the government, what is going to become of you while we're in the US? Right now, we're doing whatever we can through all means possible, all right, to liberate Dominica and Dominicans.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are slight technical difficulty, but I believe we are identifying with our brothers in the diaspora. They are looking down and they are seeing what is going on. And I just want to take you back a little time in history. In 2004, Susan Holday got our diplomatic passport, paid $400,000, and what did Skerrit say to us? Go to hell is not our damn business where they get their money. We let that slide. We gave the young man a chance. A hurricane came after. Skerrit was on a cruise, they say. He wasn't with us. We suffer by ourselves. We gave him another chance. Erika came, and he was all the way Shanghai, somewhere in the Middle East, selling our diplomatic passports. We still gave him a chance. Yesterday, Newsbreak, Skerrit again, not there to answer questions, ladies and gentlemen. How much more can you, the Dominican man and woman, take? Just think about that, ladies and gentlemen. And at that time, we'll move on. And it's my pleasure to welcome the wise man from the east. From my neighboring constituency, Castle Bruce is in the house. Make welcome Mr. Isaac Baptist, ladies and gentlemen.
Dominicans, are you ready to remove this corrupt administration? Now we must take them out now, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a simple message. We're not here talking about the United Workers' Party. We are here to talk about our country, Dominica. You heard our fellow Dominicans in the diaspora.
explaining to you the situation we now face, ladies and gentlemen. So therefore, we must be serious. We cannot continue to say, ladies and gentlemen, that what is happening there is a Labour Party business or United Workers' Party business. It is all of our concern, ladies and gentlemen. We have caught them, nous chebeyo, Dominicans chebeyo, Labour paka travail, Labour ka vole. We want our passport money back, ladies and gentlemen. And if they do not bring back our passport money, we will shake the cabinet, we'll break the cabinet, and we'll take them out, ladies and gentlemen. They must go. It is not right, ladies and gentlemen. Do you realize, ladies and gentlemen, over the last 10 years, there was the Freedom Party that had a CBI program. They tried to build Lai River Hotel. The United Workers' Party has a CBI program. We saw Jungle Bay and other projects came out. And this administration have had a CBI program for 14 years and nothing. They can show nothing for it, ladies and gentlemen. But what I can tell you, when you look at the statistics of the figures coming out of that CBI program, ladies and gentlemen, something is very glaring. This is why we are demanding accountability and responsibility for the money that has been collected for the CBI program. For example, ladies and gentlemen, every time there is a general elections in Dominica, the amount of money they are reporting received from the CBI program goes down dramatically, ladies and gentlemen. For example, in 2005, the estimate shows that the amount collected from the CBI program was only $577,000. However, the year before, in 2004, the amount reported was $4 million. And the following year, 2006, the amount reported was $6 million. What happened in 2005? There was a general election. Where the money gone? In 2009, ladies and gentlemen, the amount reported from the CBI program was only $780,000, ladies and gentlemen. But the year before, the amount that they reported was $4.5 million. And in 2010, the amount was $6 million. What happened during the election year? In 2014, ladies and gentlemen, the amount reported as having been received from the CBI program was $25 million. But in 2013, the amount was $43 million. And in 2015, it was $99 million. What happened to the money in 2014? It was an election year. And this is what we are saying. We want an investigation. We want an audit of the program to make sure that we find out what has happened to our money, ladies and gentlemen. And those of you, the laborers in particular, who have been voting for this government for plywood, for galvanized, and maybe for $1,000 here and there, do you now know you are hearing the amount of money that is available, but you still can't finish the little house you try to finish? Don't you feel ashamed that they had so much money in their hands, so much money in their pocket, and they're giving you galvanized and plywood, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, we want to know, why is it that the CBI money cannot complete the Petit Soufriere Road to Petit Soufriere to Rosalie Road? Why? Why the money from CBI cannot fix the roads and drains in Roseau, ladies and gentlemen, so that the tourists can be comfortable? Why the CBI money cannot fix our major roads, ladies and gentlemen, so that the drivers can move smoothly on the roads, ladies and gentlemen? Why the CBI money cannot put medical facilities in these health centers in the villages, ladies and gentlemen? This is what we are saying. The money from the CBI program is for Dominica. The United Workers' Party is responsible and calling for accountability. And unless and until this Labour Party, this corrupt administration has given us back the money, has reported and tell us what happened to money, we are saying they must go. Labour must go. Labour paka travail, Labour ka vole. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, Brother Isaac. Let's hear it for Brother Isaac. We have another wise man from the east, but this time he's not going to appear in person.
is going to come from the diaspora end. Welcome tonight, Dr. Thompson Fogden. Brother Thompson, good night to you.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you, but okay. Yes, good night to the people of Dominica. It is my pleasure to be able to talk and to address you tonight. I must say that for me, it has been just a tremendous experience listening to all the voices and to witness the enthusiasm and the support that you've been showing tonight. We are at a critical juncture, at a critical point in the history of this country. And our actions from now on will determine whether we save our country or whether we allow just one individual to destroy and to utterly destroy this country. Tonight, I was very saddened because I looked at a paper, at a picture in the Iranian press, and the man responsible, the man who they are now saying is responsible for the biggest theft in the history of Iran, is sitting right next to the Prime Minister of Dominica. And that is the headline news, the headline event in Tehran, even as we speak tonight. Not just a picture of Mr. Monfaret, but a picture of Dominica's Prime Minister. You don't have to understand. The article is not in English. It is in Farsi. Yet, this one picture tells us everything we need to know. That the rest of the world are associating Dominica's Prime Minister with the worst theft of monies in Iranian history. How did we get to this point? How did we allow that to happen to us? How can we, as conscionable, good-meaning Dominicans, allow this one person to continue to do what he's doing to Dominica? It is time for us to rise up. It is time for us to step up to the plate. I can speak for myself tonight, and I can tell you that I am prepared to take to the streets of Roseau and in protest until we see an end to this regime. We have to do this. We have to march. We have to protest. We have to do everything in our power to ensure that this regime of Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit comes to an end. We have to demand, as my brother Danny did tonight, that the members of the Electoral Commission resign because they have failed the people of Dominica and they continue to fail us. It is time for good-meaning Dominicans to rise up and take our country back. And we must do it, and the time is now. I'll be very brief tonight. What I have seen, what I have read, what I have heard over this past few days has given me a very heavy heart. I grieve over Dominica. I worry about the future that we are building for our country. When I see a government putting so many resources into ensuring that they continue to win an election whilst continuing to ignore the vast majority of the people of Dominica, we cannot allow that to happen. And so, if you remember anything or nothing that I said tonight, I want you to remember one thing, and that is that we are ready. We are ready to take to the streets. We are ready, like my brother Felix said, to shut down this country until Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit is a thing of history. We cannot allow this to happen to us. We cannot allow our entire country to be brought to its knees by the reckless, greedy behavior of this gentleman. Enough is enough. He's done enough. He has done enough. And it is time for us to take our country back. So continue the good fight, continue to be strong, and we will continue with the support of Dominicans at home and abroad. I am very confident that we will do what we must to regain this country and to build a prosperous, peaceful, and beautiful country. God bless you and good night.
Thank you, Brother Thompson. Thank you. We are going to bring the palette for Rosa, but handbag want to continue his little thing for you. Handbag, come. Vinny, handbag. Vinny.
Yes. Tout la mon vini yo ka koui men mon ka koui mon pou viye. Men maskerit ma ka koui en Greece, mon ka wete esi. Jodi a moi on ramboy. Ba grand be bus stop la. Ni set nom kwa men monsieur ba hot Dominic. Yon bifkes Lennox Lawrence Douvan koui avant chimis blé en lay. Even mon savent c'est l'argent mi c'était ni jodi, mais mon dégât pour l'argent, mon ka dit ça Douvan. Mon dégât pour l'argent. Mais bon Dieu qui fait, mi c'est n'dan koui l'autre là haut, il koui. Mais monsieur Dominique Jik jodi, even c'est vol, escarité la ka volé. Gouvernement ça pas que faire rien pas Dominique, il que ba moun l'argent, avec que faire mon a fait privé. Mais là où ni privé a, faut ni manger pour manger pour caca. Mais c'est yon bagay mon côté veille. Il mène vieux casse de son. Il dit yo, il a fait privé ba yo pour yo caca tout. So vieux casse avec calibichi, kay caca. So il pas dit là pour ça. $11,000 mon fait privé ba ça. So right now, nous ni pour tout bout et pas ni fini. Ouais, nous ni pour tout bout. $300 pas ça fait rien pas nous Dominique. Yon soulier c'est $600. So $300 ou pas bon. So nous avons tiré monsieur, et nous avons mis les gens qui s'amènent au pays. Parce que monsieur qui fait nous misère. Monsieur voit police à Lennox Clinton, et il y a des gens qui ont la terre pour couper couille. Il y a à Bolinton, et personne ne va dire un mot. Et si c'est nous, police Dominique, qui a couru péter la porte, et qui a dit, Zebla avec la vie, nous les ou. So right now, c'est faut nous décider Dominique. Avec du bout pour right now. Bonsoir, bienvenue Dominique.
We're going to repeat again. They must go 3 times. We're going to say it after 3. 1, 2, 3. They must go. They must go. They must go. Right. Brothers and sisters, I can't understand. We had a storm, and the storm ravaged Dominica. But this government is so wicked that they're damaging what the storm did not damage. Look at the Rosa Bridge. This storm did not do anything to the Rosa Bridge. Then you mashing it up, and upon that, giving foreigners the job. Enough is in. Enough is in. Brothers and sisters, I'm bringing the man who represents the people of Roseau, but again represent the people of Dominica. Brother Joseph Isaac, the man of the soil, the man we love in Roseau. Brother Joseph Zico Isaac.
Enough is in. They must. Tonight is a night we have to sit and wonder, what are we going to do with those people? So I want to tell you a special good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There comes a time when we must say enough is enough. There comes a time when we have to ask ourselves a question, whether we supported Labour Party, whether we support United Workers Party. We have to say enough is enough. I spoke to some Labourites earlier today. They say after the news that broke out during the week, they have given up. And the Labour Party administration have to resign. We are calling on them to resign, the members of cabinet. I'm telling you, there comes a time when we have to look at the future of our children, the future of our grandchildren, and we must stand up and fight. So we're going to fight for our grandchildren, fight for our children, fight for our community, we have to do it. It is not about political party. We have to do it. How can a government say to us after 16 years, if it's not passport, then what? If it's not passport, then what? So our economic citizenship and our diplomatic passport has become the engine of growth of this country. What has happened to our agriculture? What happened to our land? What happened to our banana? What happened to our fruits? Remember, it is this administration that calculatively destroyed agriculture in Dominica. While a few of them are selling our birthright and getting rich on it, we have many of us have nothing to eat, no food on our table. Our fridges are empty, but they are making millions and millions upon our back. So we say they have to. They have to. Because they are exploiting our country. They are crippling the nation and they are bleeding our country. They have to go. We can't stand on the side and look anymore. Some of my friends call and they tell me, Isaac, but why are you guys washing dirty laundry in the international media? But if you are in Dominica and you are in Parliament and they are blocking your questions, what can you do? When you go and you ask for access to Kyrie FM, they are blocking you. What can you do? You come, you try to have access to DBS, they are blocking you. You come, you try to have access in mapping, they are blocking you. And when you try to put internet access here, you have a company. I don't even want to talk about them tonight, but we will deal with that another time. They are just blocking everywhere we go. So we have to do what we have to do. We have to stand up. Stand up and remove this regime once and for all. Come on, my people. What are we going to do? We can't just stand aside and look. You got some of them, a few of them, 5 of them, 10 of them, taking all our money, eating it, spending all over the place, establish office in Dubai and running a kitchen cabinet in Dubai, while we in Dominica are struggling. What is this? You have never seen me so emotional. I'm emotional tonight because I've sacrificed my whole life investment in this country. So I have to stand and fight for our rights in this country. You have a system in this country where we have laws in place. And if you want duty-free, you can apply. But what they have done is they have a long list of their friends giving duty-free for everything, for vehicles, while nurses are struggling to get home. Public officers work for 20, 30 years, no duty-free access for nothing. And my guys in the block in Soufriere, the guys in the block in Roseau, the guys in the block in Goodwill, they're coming on the block and asking them to give them support. I'm telling you guys on the block, when they come to you, you have to always ask for property, land, because they are milking our country and killing this country. You have to think big. And that is why we are calling on all the block guys in Grand Bay, in St. Joe, in Roseau, in Grand Fort, in St. Joe, in Maho, in Newtown, to stand up with us. Tell them what we want them to do. We're going to remove this. We're going to remove this. They have to. They have to. All the block guys, we are calling on you. And the farmers of this country, you know, I'm a farmer too. We have been trying and trying, beating our head against the wall. And the government, they will keep fertilizer, hide it, don't deliver it. Because what they want is for us to come and beg them in this country. They want us to beg them. So my people, I'm asking you to consider this. The people of Dominica, especially people of Roseau, consider we have a man I'm not going to say what extraction he is, but this man is promoting an idea that we should sell our diplomatic passport to crooks and vagabonds across the world. He's asking us to support that we sell our passport to criminals across the world. You know this man, he purports to be more intelligent than you, more intelligent than me, more intelligent than all Dominicans. You know this man. You know what had happened to him in Barbados in UWI. He failed all his exams, but he still want to purport to be brighter than you, the people of Dominica. You know who? But I credit you to have superior intelligence than this man. This man, this wicked bigot, you know who? He has become the chief spin doctor in this island. You heard him this week on the radio station. So we are calling on them to resign. All of them resign one by one. Resign en masse. Resign. This government have to. This government have to. And then I ask you to remember this man, a man from India, K. Singh, who kidnapped his child, his son, brought him to Dominica. The Indian government asked our government to help them to capture this man. But you know what happened? The man went and lived in Calibisi. He established an office in the office of one of the main passport sellers. And our government said, our PM said, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is not a police. This is showing you this government have a track record of harboring criminals. I'm saying to you, this government have been focusing on corrupt practices. So when you see they are doing projects involving only concrete and no productive sector projects, no agriculture, you know they are trying to hide the money through concrete. So you go up in the valley, concrete fixing potholes. You come in Roseau and Fields Lane, concrete fitting potholes. You go down on the West Coast, concrete fixing potholes. They come with a bridge, $18 million, concrete. Remember what they are doing. And that is why I'm asking them to resign en masse, because they have to. I'm asking now. I'm asking them now to resign. And I'm asking Gregor Nassif to write an open letter to the Prime Minister asking him now to resign, because he said that when the evidence is there, he would write. And I'm calling on all members of this cabinet to resign. I'm asking you, Dominicans here and abroad, all the farmers, prepare your produce, because what we are going to do, we're going to create a major upheaval in this country. We are asking for major demonstration. Major demonstration. We have to remove this government once and for all. Rise up, my people. Rise up, my people. Rise up.
Rise up. Are you ready to rise up? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to challenge a few members of this cabinet tonight. I want to call on McIntyre. Do you have a conscience, my brother? Why are you sitting in government and upholding what is going on in Dominica? I want to call on Kelvadaru. Are you a man of conscience? Do you have balls between your legs to stand up for what is right? I want to call on Jono. Jono, you always sit at the front in church. You always first to go for lusty. Are you a man of conscience? And tonight, I want to call on Peter Saint-Jean. Peter Saint-Jean used to rest his hand on my shoulder and pray for me in college. Are you a man of conscience, Peter Saint-Jean? Are you worthy of preaching the word of the Lord? So you stand there and you accept what is going on to your country. All the corruption, you accepting it. We need to challenge them tonight. And tonight, I want to bring on another brother, another son of the brother, son of the soil, from La Plaine, to ask Peter Saint Jean what I just asked him. Put your hand together for Mr. Fountain tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes, Jason Fountain is here tonight to let Peter Saint Jean know enough is enough. And we just won the election in La Plaine Village Council and we beat them bad. The first team. No more corruption. No more irregularities. No more. Enough is enough. And we want to send a clear message. Ladies and gentlemen of Dominica, we made and La Plaine people send a clear message to Peter Saint Jean that we have had enough. And let me tell you something. He's trembling tonight. He's hearing my voice, and he never believed I would be on this podium. But I was part of him, and I know the corruption that they had. The $253,000 from the CBI program that is coming to La Plaine, that every constituency is going to get money from. They cannot put their hands on it, because you know why? I am in the house of the council office, and we are going to stop them at their tracks once and for all. So I want you all to hold strong, because change is a what? Change is a what? Tell Peter Saint Jean that I tell him that he needs behavior modification. When he beat those free men in his garage, when he went and accused them of stealing dashing, and that man is a free man today. He should be in jail tonight, but yet still he's a free man. Tell Peter Saint Jean I say enough. La Plaine people don't want you anymore. Delis people don't want you anymore. Botica people don't want you anymore. And you know who he's afraid of? Right here. That's me. I am his Med Bonda. Ladies and gentlemen, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Wait! Dominica, are you there? Peter Saint Jean, get the message loud and clear. Was it Peter Saint Jean dashing that was up on the road? Ladies and gentlemen, leadership time. Are you ready? Leadership time.
Good night, good night. Are you ready? Are you ready to put your boots on the ground? Well, this is the time that we were calling for, people of Dominica. We are here, and this is the man, boots on the ground. We've got boots, we got slippers, we got nice shoes. The time is going to come when we're going to call more people to town. We are saying now that we are ready, and we are ready now. Resignation is what we want. We're calling on the big man to come and explain to the people.
Boots on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, did you ever hear Tony Astafan's Begeye? I listened to him yesterday, Begeyeing. I thought he was going to say ass. But ladies and gentlemen, truth to power. When you're on the side of truth, no evil will stand against you, ladies and gentlemen. And one man that has been championing truth in Dominica is the champion himself, Lennox Linton. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to make a loud noise and welcome in a big way the Honorable Lennox Linton, ladies and gentlemen.
Abracadabra. Hocus pocus. Zazie Muzai. Magica Dominica under a spell. We have some magicians here and they're doing very well. A breed of political magicians experts in the art of deception. Their best act is disappearing millions. They hiding it right in front of your eyes and have you believing their lies. From St. Susan, they came to Dominica. Them fellas making money disappear. We are boys. Go ask the magicians, politicians to tell me where the money, where the money gone. Offshore accounts and big mansions. Oh yes. Where the money, where the money gone. The only magic these magicians can do is make money vanish right in front of you. And technically, this is not robbery, that's a look magic in our country. Now we live to see the day magic come under attack. Now they have to find a way to pay them Israel money back. Well, yes. Abracadabra. Hocus pocus.
Zazie Muzai. I love you, Dominica. I love you, Dominica. Good night. Yes. I love you too. Tonight, I have the honor and privilege of welcoming the patriots, the sons and daughters from all corners of Dominica into the capital city, Roseau, and into the Mecca of political meetings and political discussion in the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Trade Union Hall step, right here in Lago, Roseau Central. I want to note the history that we made tonight. It was the first time ever that you had a political meeting in the center of town right here, addressed by patriots of Dominica living overseas, live via the technology of Skype. That in itself should tell you where we are heading in 2017. 2017 is not going to be business as usual, because we have come through a long, dark night of suffering in this country. The farmers have not been able to sell their produce. The nurses, the teachers have all been under pressure with their working circumstances and with the amount of money that they are getting for their services. Today, as we speak, with all of the millions of dollars that we are told we have from citizenship by investment, this wicked, heartless government is offering the hard-working public servants of this country 0%, 0%, and 0% for the next 3 years. At the same time, the head of that criminal enterprise that has been able to masquerade as our government for the last 17 years is paying a sweetheart commission of $16 million a year to his friend, the head of CS Global, the gentleman who was responsible for bringing him to the Punjab to get his honorary doctorate from Lovely Professional University. And so, the friends of Mr. Skerritt himself, are doing royally well, while the people of Dominica continue to catch hell. They have redefined what caring means. Caring for the Labour Party and Roosevelt Skerritt now means making sure that people are poor and dependent, and then stripping them of all dignity and decency by insisting that they must come to beg you every week and every month for this bill and the next bill, when what you ask them to do with your resources is to find ways for the people of Dominica to be employed in agriculture, to be employed in tourism, to be employed in manufacturing, to be employed in the construction sector, to be employed in renewable energy, to be employed in the services that this country can offer to the rest of the world. They have refused to do that because that is not the way of putting money in their pockets. So you gave them your country to be the managers of your country, to be the stewards of your affairs, and they decided instead that they would steal, they would enrich themselves, they would make you poorer, and in making you poorer, they would own and control you for the rest of your lives. That is modern day slavery, and that is why this government has to go. This government has to go. It has to go because it is a criminal enterprise of rogues and vagabonds. I say so with great shame in my heart that is what we have come to in Dominica, that we have that kind of person representing us and a whole band of people following him in the government who cannot correct him, who cannot tell him that wrong is wrong and right is right. And you cannot be doing what you're doing now to the name of Dominica in the international community. It is time for you to go. But we have come here tonight, patriot sons and daughters of Dominica, in the middle of this long, dark night of suffering. Suffering as we endeavor as people of good conscience to stand for the right to defend what is right. And I'm here to tell you, notwithstanding how difficult it has seemed over the last 17 years as we try to find our feet, there is no night, as the song says, no night so long that you can't find the day, and no day so wrong that you can't find your way. There's a star that guides humble people. There's a star that guides the people of good conscience, and that star guides us tonight. That star guides us tonight in all of the voices that you've heard from this platform. So we are here tonight with you to talk about many things. And I want to start with this question of citizenship by investment. I want to start with this question of citizenship by investment. I want them to stop showing my face on the screen because you're seeing me. I want them to show you the slides. The citizenship by investment slides. There's where we go. You see money? Money, 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 money that we're making from citizenship by investment, but the people of Dominica remain poor. we have a little issue there because we're trying to flip the. Okay, all right. No, we're fine. We're good. Okay. I've told you on many occasions that the Lord moves in mysterious ways His wonders to perform. And I want you to take note tonight of how mysteriously the Lord has been moving in 2017. He didn't just open 2017 like another ordinary year, you know. He opened 2017. He opened 2017 with an expose on CBS News 60 Minutes in the United States. As we spoke about history being made tonight, we're bringing our diaspora partners into this meeting in Lago. Remember that it was in 1984 that CBS News did a special on Dominica, back in the days of Dame Mary Eugenia Charles. So check it for yourself. 33 years ago, CBS did their last special on Dominica. And they opened 2017 with a special passports for sale, Citizenship by Investment in the Caribbean, which had yours truly saying a few words about citizenship by investment in Dominica. But from there we learned that our country is involved in a $2 billion industry worldwide. It has brought in a lot of money to those countries that are selling passports, but it has attracted among the buyers what CBS calls a rogues gallery of scoundrels, fugitives, tax cheats, and possibly much worse. But also understand, we just want to go back a little bit. Let's go back a little bit and come here, right. Truth forever on the scaffold. That's what Russell Lowell told us years ago. Wrong forever on the throne. Yet that scaffold sways the future. And behind the dim unknown, God stands within the shadows, keeping watch above his own. And I want you to trust me tonight when I tell you that the Lord is moving in mysterious ways and he is keeping watch above his own. This citizenship by investment program in Dominica has been mismanaged and it has been corrupted to become primarily a source of Labour Party election campaign financing and wealth creation for a few people, while the millions that have been promised for development across the country continues to remain somewhere out there, and all we hear is promises that this will be done and the next will be done. Also, we have complained about the citizenship by investment program. But this government does not listen. Every time you tell them something that is good for them and good for the country, they get vexed. And they send their attack dogs to savage you, to say all manner of things about you. I'm here tonight to stand with you and to say to you, regardless of what this government says, Dominica has a moral obligation to responsible behavior for the advancement of civilization around the world. We have no absolute right to engage in behaviors, to do things that endanger the security of other nations on the excuse that that behavior is driven by economic necessity here in Dominica. It is disgraceful and we must stop it. When this CBS News 60 Minutes story broke, everybody here tonight would have heard all the things that were said, but the world was listening to us, you know. This gentleman you're watching there, his name is Ambassador Curtis Ward. He's from Jamaica. He's a former expert advisor to the UN Security Counter-Terrorism Committee. And he was concerned with what he was hearing coming out of Dominica. He said, and I quote, "The accusations in the wake of the CBS 60 Minutes program have descended into troubling levels. It is now quite possible that some of the accusations against critics of the programs could trigger violence against these individuals. The tenor of the debate in Dominica, in particular, is cause for grave concern. Specifically troubling are accusations of treason leveled against certain critics, also referring to these critics as terrorists. Such characterizations of free speech are anathema to civilized discourse. There are serious charges which should not go unchallenged. As an individual who loves the Caribbean and unabashedly supports Caribbean integration, I am compelled to condemn such reckless rhetoric without reservations." That is what somebody outside there in the wider world from Jamaica worked at the UN at the level of advisor to the UN's counter-terrorism community, the counter-terrorism committee of the UN Security Council. That is what he had to say about all the nasty things you're hearing on radio from Astafan, from Vince Henderson, and from other members of the Skerrit cabinet. And so it is them who are shaming and disgracing the name of Dominica. because they don't expect us in 2017 to be behaving in that uncivilized manner. Dominica has a place when Caribbean passports is concerned. We talk about selling passports. St. Lucia sells, Grenada sells, St. Kitts sells, and Antigua sells along with Dominica, 5 out of 6 countries in the OECS. St. Vincent doesn't sell. This chart that you're seeing here is showing you the strength of the passport. And among the countries with the selling passports in the Caribbean, Dominica's passport is the weakest in terms of the number of countries to which it guarantees visa-free access. And so because of that, Dominica has been having to sell its citizenship for next to nothing. $100,000 US will get you a passport and citizenship for life in a country where people like you continue to pay taxes year after year after year, and the value of your citizenship in terms of dollars, in terms of the house that you have, the assets that you have in the country, and the continuing contributions you make are way above $100,000 US. But this government is selling citizenship to make other people who will never be like you, because they will never come to live in Dominica, is selling them citizenships to give them the same privilege you have to vote and decide who will be in your government. Let me tell you something. In St. Kitts and Nevis, if you have bought a passport and you have bought citizenship in St. Kitts and Nevis, you cannot vote in elections. All other countries have decided there's a certain amount of people that they will allow to buy citizenship every year. Dominica has no limit. So we are the worst of the apostles when it comes to the quality of citizenship. Your government, your rogue government, is undermining the value of your citizenship in Dominica and in CARICOM by this reckless, thoughtless behavior. But it gives the impression that if it's not selling passports, then it no longer has any goose that will lay golden eggs and Dominica will suddenly disappear. Dominica was there before we were selling passports, and Dominica will continue to be there after we stop selling passports and disgracing ourselves in the international community. Because this selling of passports and citizenship comes with serious security risks. Peter Vincent, until 2014, was the top legal advisor for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, part of the Department of Homeland Security in the United States. And he says, quote, "They are not transparent programs. They are not safeguards in place. In my opinion, the global community has established a very effective global security architecture to prevent terrorist attacks. And I see these cash for past citizenship programs as a gaping hole in that security architecture." And from Peter Vincent, let's go to the gentleman who has just taken over now as the head of Homeland Security in the Donald Trump administration. And he has said that cash for passport programs could be exploited by criminals, terrorists, or other nefarious actors. General John F. Kelly is now the head of Homeland Security in the Donald Trump administration in the United States. He was just confirmed. I want to ask you tonight, do you think that Donald Trump's new head of Homeland Security is going to forget about his security concerns for America because Astaford and company are cursing Lennox Linton in Dominica? Okay. But they're cursing. They're cursing. And whenever we raise concerns, the promoters of the Citizenship by Investment program are telling us that the program generates hundreds of millions of dollars for development and tourism. But we are concerned, and we continue to state, that much of that money is unaccounted for. Pay very close attention to what is in front of you. This is the cash for passport process. Pay attention. It begins right here. You see where we are here? It begins right here with the agent for the passport applicant filing an application. It goes to the Citizenship by Investment Unit, and then they pass it on to what they call due diligence. You following the process? If it passes due diligence, the CBI unit, the Citizenship by Investment Unit under Emmanuel Nanton, then issues a letter of approval. If it doesn't pass due diligence, if it fails, the application is rejected. We are right here. But when the Citizenship by Investment Unit issues a letter of approval, at that point, the person applying for the passport must pay for the passport. And when the Citizenship by Investment Unit has proof of payment of the money into the government fund, then the unit issues a certificate of naturalization, and that certificate of naturalization leads to a passport from the Immigration Department of Dominica. You get the process? That is how it is supposed to be. However, we have learned that there are a number of occasions on which this process is being breached. And it is being breached at the stage where the Citizenship by Investment Unit, right here, issues the letter of approval because the person has passed due diligence. Then, without proof of any payment into the government fund, the CBI unit is issuing a certificate of naturalization, or the passport operators are issuing certificates of naturalization in Dubai, and immigration is issuing a passport in Dominica, but there is no evidence that money was paid to the government. Not that there is no evidence that money was paid. Money was paid. There is no evidence that money was paid to the government. So here's what we have. 2014-2015 budget, we had an amount of 80 million to come from Citizenship by Investment. We only got 23 million. And now that we have this process, and now that we understand how this process is being breached, we can come to the conclusion that that $23 million the government said it got from Citizenship by Investment in 2014-2015 came through this process. Where did the rest of the money go? The rest of the money went down here. You see that red track here? That is where the rest of the money went down, $57 million. So when they did it through the correct process, we got 23 million, and $57 million disappeared through circumventions, through breaches of the process, into hands that we don't know anything about. And that is why we ask the question, where the money gone? Where the money gone? Now, pay attention to this. On the 1st of January, the program we spoke about, CBS News 60 Minutes raised the matter of diplomatic passports, and it said that these diplomatic passports, the sale of these passports, is not part of the Citizenship by Investment program, but it goes on. It, meaning the sale of diplomatic passports, goes on under the table, particularly in Dominica, which had a most impressive core of dodgy diplomats. The picture you're watching there is actually from the passport, the diplomatic passport of Alireza Monfared. And we will come to to him in just a moment. But the U.S. officials, are concerned about security of their borders, because they say even without a visa, almost always an individual who is carrying a diplomatic passport is allowed to go through. Border forces are not entitled to search the luggage of diplomats like they are for regular tourists. So for people like you, your luggage will be served. The diplomat will get a pass. They don't want to see what's in it. And that's an important privilege for crooks. Crooks and bandits around the world want that privilege to travel without anybody having to interfere with their luggage, because you know what they're traveling with. And they pay big money for that. So now, Hector John told you about this. 227 diplomatic passports issued between October the 14th, 2010 and January the 11th, 2016. Who has these passports? Who has these passports? And do you, as the citizens of the Commonwealth of Dominica, have a right to know who has your diplomatic passports? Who is representing you as diplomat in country X or Y? Do you feel that you have that right? Well, if you think you have that right, let Francine Baron hear you say that you have that right. Do you have that right? Do you have the right to know who your diplomats are? Susan Oldie. And let me tell you now, we're going interactive right now. The response is, listen carefully, when we're talking about the lady, the response is she paid for her diplomatic passport. When we're talking about the man, the response is he paid for his diplomatic passport. I want to hear, let me practice a little bit there. Let me hear that. First one, she paid for a diplomat. No, hold on. After three. 1, 2, 3. But I'm not good enough. You're starting loud and you're ending soft. Let me hear that again. She paid. That is everybody? About the 20 people I'm hearing. And we have a few thousand people here. So let's go again. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That is Susan Oldie. She got a passport in secret from Roosevelt Skerrit. In January of 2005, he hand-delivered it to her personally. After she had transferred $400,000 into an account of the Labour Party group, Citizens for a Better Dominica. She has no ongoing diplomacy or other business with Dominica. Her business is with Skerrit for their personal benefit, and so the people say, again, NG Lapsang. No. NG Lapsang. Wait a minute. He's an accused international racketeer and money launderer. He received a Dominica diplomatic passport in secret from Roosevelt Skerrit after he promised to invest $20 million in a hotel. He directed Skerrit to switch diplomatic relations from Taipei to Beijing, and then he hosted Skerrit in Macau at one of his gambling joints. His business is with Skerrit for their personal benefit, and so the people of Dominica say, David Sue, one of the masterminds of the $100 million Lyle River passport selling scam, received a diplomatic passport from Roosevelt Skerrit. In a 2007 email to Skerrit, Sue placed on record the fact that he had given Skerrit and his cabinet ministers watches, jewelry, clothing, computers, cash, and paid for their sexual entertainment in Macau. He served Skerrit and not Dominica. The people of Dominica say, Leroy Paris, accused of irregular handling of company funds in the collapse of Clico Insurance Company, received a diplomatic passport in secret from Roosevelt Skerrit in February of 2006, after he had provided substantial campaign funding to the Dominica Labour Party in 2005. He has no ongoing diplomacy or other business with Dominica. His business is with Skerrit for their personal benefit. And so the people of Dominica say tonight, Francesco Corallo. Francesco Corallo. We've just put up now the gallery of rogue diplomats, the dodgy diplomats. Have a look. If you're looking for Francesco Corallo, he is center of the screen to your left. Center of the screen to your left, Francesco Corallo. He made Interpol's most wanted list in 2011 on Italian law enforcement accusations of bribery and money laundering. He was secretly selected by Skerrit to be Dominica's ambassador at the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization in June of 2011. He has no ongoing diplomacy or other business with Dominica. His business is with Skerrit for their personal benefit. And so the people of Dominica say tonight, Diezani Alison Madweki, the former Nigerian Oil Services Minister, look for her top left of your screen. Top left of your screen. That's Diezani Alison Madweki, the disgraced former Nigerian Oil Resources Minister, accused of embezzling millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars from the state of Nigeria. She was secretly selected by Roosevelt Skerrit to be Trade and Investment Commissioner. She's the holder of diplomatic passport DP 000445, issued in May of 2015. She has no ongoing diplomatic or other business with Dominica. Her business is with Skerrit for their personal benefit. And so the people of Dominica say, louder. And then we come now to Alireza Monfared, criminally accused head of the fraudulent My Dominica Trade House. You can see him left of your screen to the right, right of your screen, to your right, top of the screen to your right. Living in Malaysia, secretly selected for diplomatic privileges by Roosevelt Skerrit in March of 2005 and given Dominica diplomatic passport DP 00, not with the people of Dominica. And so the people of Dominica say, okay, that's the man there. That is the new bandit in town, Alireza Monfared. He's younger than Skerritt, by the way. Yeah, he's younger than Skerritt. Skerritt is older than him. But he was involved in this massive embezzlement in Iran. And he had his Dominica diplomatic passport. When he realized that the Iranians were after him, he moved from Malaysia and came to live right here in Dominica. He was my neighbor in Mont Daniel. He was my neighbor in Mont Daniel. And he lived in Dominica for quite a while there was an international manhunt on for him. Dominica government, from the evidence they have presented, refused to cooperate with the Iranian authorities. And so Monfared stayed here from January, when they said they revoked his diplomatic passport, down to September, when he left quickly, because at that time, the manhunt was closing in around him. So the government of Dominica that had been harboring this fugitive, this criminal, that had been colluding with him to help to hide him, they facilitated him to leave to go and hide somewhere else. And it is where he was hiding somewhere else, they picked him up. Watch this. You see them cutting cake? You see them cutting cake and celebrating? I want you to answer the question, how, in the face of this massive scandal and what this man has been involved in his home country, how can Alec Lawrence, who sold him the passport, how can Emmanuel Nanton, who is the head of the Citizenship by Investment Unit, but who is his bosom buddy, who now has his vehicle parked at his home in Bonn, how can this man continue to be the head of Dominica's Citizenship by Investment Unit? How can Alec Lawrence continue to be on our electoral commission? How can he continue to be an agent for economic citizenship in Dominica? And this is Francine Baron. Let me show you Francine Baron. Where's Francine Baron? Let's show the people Francine Baron now. Francine Baron received a check of $10,000 US from Ali Reza Monfared's wife. From the criminal's wife, she received the money for national disaster and development. Erica is still asking her, where is the money? And she's not answering. Erica, oi, oi, oi. Erica, why? So we asked them the question in the parliament, who are our diplomats? And they refused to answer. And that is why we say this government has got to go. This government is a rogue government. We want an immediate end to under-the-table sale of Dominica's diplomatic passports and the assignment of diplomatic immunity to crooks, criminals, and scoundrels around the world. We are not negotiating that. We want it to happen. We want it to happen now. We want a full public inquiry and a forensic investigation into the operation of Dominica's CBI program from 1995. We want resolution right now of the concerns over the breaches to security that are represented by our Citizenship by Investment program in Dominica. And we want the government to stop this business of paying these huge multi-million-dollar sweetheart commissions to a marketer of the CBI program when Marigot has no hospital, when the people of Dominica have no jobs, when they cannot correct the wave overtopping problem at Melville Hall, when they are promising people all sorts of things that they're not delivering, but they say that they have CBI money coming through their ears. It is coming in and going to themselves and their friends. It is not serving the people of Dominica. We want the money from Citizenship by Investment to be used and to go to the benefit of all the people of Dominica. And we want electoral reform. We want electoral reform because it is time for us to have voter ID cards, and it is time for the list to be cleaned. It cannot take the amount of time that this government says it will take. And we do not want people who have bought our passports to vote in our elections, even though they don't live in Dominica. You heard me? We do not want anybody who has bought our passport and is living somewhere else to come and vote in our elections from long distance, wherever they are. That is not going to happen. We want an end to illegal voting by Dominicans living overseas, and an end to the bribery and the treating of voters to corrupt the elections in Dominica. We want elections of integrity so that we, the people, take back control of who we elect to be our government. What Roosevelt Skerrit wants is a situation where he's using the passport money of the people of Dominica to bribe the people of Dominica to keep voting for him forever and ever. Amen. It is illegal, it is unlawful, it is wrong, and it stops in 2017. And all we are saying, very simple, after having made these demands, it is time for the rogue Skerrit regime to go. You have seen how much they have damaged and injured our country in the last 17 years. The people of Dominica have had over 10 years of education. I myself have been privileged to play a significant role in that education, and I thank God for the health and strength and the clarity of mind He has given me to be involved in that. But let's get real, people. Let's get real. 10 years of education about the wrongs of a government, and that is not enough for the people of Dominica to realize that this government cannot deliver what the people of Dominica want delivered by a government. And now, having stolen your money and enriched themselves, having set up their families in other countries, United States of America, and condemned you here to a life of suffering, they want to continue to ride your backs, the backs of the farmers, the backs of the fishermen, the backs of the small business people, the shop owners throughout the villages of Dominica. They want to ride the backs of the nurses and the teachers and the carpenters and the masons of this country to make more and more millions for themselves. They want to ride the backs of our police officers. And I'm happy to see so many of them here tonight, keeping us safe. They want to ride the backs of these honest people of good conscience for them to make more millions and to keep us in modern day slavery. It is time for them to go. It is time for them to go. You can say that? You can say that? Okay, well, let's go. It is time for them to go. It is time for them to go. But they're not going to go just like that. Because what they're enjoying from being in charge of your affairs is too sweet for them to leave it. You are suffering, you are catching hell, but they are doing well. So now, the people of Dominica say, we are standing for justice, we are standing for what's right. We no longer want a rogue administration that is stealing our money and shaming us in the international community. And so we will protest, and we will protest, and we will protest, and we will protest until they get the hell out of our government. People say it's time for action. You say it's time for action. It is time for action. We have educated enough. When you get educated for 10 years, it's PhD you having. You have a PhD, you can have a PhD. All of all is doctor, just like Skerrit, because of the amount of education you have. And now we have to stand, because the power in people is greater than the people in power. And the government does not belong to Roosevelt Skerrit. It belongs to the people of Dominica. And the people of Dominica will decide what government they want, who will be their government, and we're saying we have had enough of this one, it's time for you to go. So there's a simple thing. The minister of government that knows Skerrit has been thieving our money, that knows Skerrit has been disgracing us, that knows Skerrit has aligned the government and people of Dominica with all these rogues and vagabonds around the world, and that is not good for us. They know they have to get out of there. But you must remind them every day you see them, what you still doing there, resign. What are you still doing inside there? What are you still doing tied up in that guild of thieves? Come out of it, Robbie Tong. Come out of it, Miriam Blanchard. Come out of it, Rosalind Paul. If you are honest Christian people of good conscience, stand on the side of what is right. And what Roosevelt Skerrit is doing to Dominica is not right. And you must be the first people to see that. And so, this is 2017, the year in which it will be no longer business as usual. This is the year in which we reclaim our government, and we and only we determine what will happen in Dominica in terms of the future of governance. If you want to continue with what you have, then you want to continue with what you have. If you don't want to continue with it, then we will get rid of it. We will get rid of it. Because mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of your Lord. He's trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He's loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. And that truth that they are afraid of, that truth that they don't like to hear, keeps marching on. And it marches us on to victory, all of us. The time for action to reclaim our country is now. God bless you. Stay tuned for announcements. Stay tuned for advisories on what is going to happen next. We need you in numbers to protest and to protest for rights and to stand for rights, because that is all right. I love you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you go home tonight with your PhD, well educated, but keep your ears open and keep your hands and your heart strong. So when we call on you, you will respond. We thank you tonight for coming in such large numbers. And by way of transparency, we want to let you know that your contribution totaled $1,376 tonight. That will help us pay our expenses, and we are very grateful for that. If you didn't have a chance to do it tonight, feel free to drop in the office and make your contribution. We will be happy to get that. As we continue to educate, we shall be in good hope next week, Saturday, to spread the news, to spread the message, and to educate our people. So on behalf of the management of the United Workers' Party, I want to thank the brothers and the sisters in the diaspora for your contribution tonight. I want to thank you, the patriots who came out here and listened, and with all the energy and motivation. And I want to thank you at home listening via Q95. Do have a pleasant weekend. God bless you.
Baby, I have so much to say, but you took my speech away.